Hi there. Today I'm going to talk about desktop assessment of properties. It's a big video, big topic, goes into a lot of depth. But the reason I'm doing this course or this video is because I'm designing a course for Udemy, and I wanted to go through everything in this format with you. It's going to be a PowerPoint presentation. We'll go and look at lots of stuff, check out lots of things. But this way, I figure it's a nice way of just getting everything out there and sharing it with you. It's going to be a bit of a marathon, literally. I think it's going to take more than, well, we'll find out how long it takes, eh? So, with all that in mind, let's give you a bit of context on this. So if you're a homeowner, an investor, anyone who's or someone renting a property, like anyone who wants to check out a property, this is probably relevant to you. And it's kind of like the most comprehensive end-to-end explainer that I could come up with on this topic. Now, in my day-to-day, I've acquired this knowledge through being around property for a long time. I've had a renovations company. I now have a property investment business, and I source properties for investors. So me and the guys I work with, we assess thousands of properties. Like, we get every single property that's in a certain price range, 70,000 to 270,000. Every single house that goes on the market in the north of England, from Nottingham upwards, we see, because we have ways of extracting data from from the property portals and then running them into a system and so on. I'll give you a quick preview on that. But the most important thing is you're here because condition assessment. So what's the main benefit? Well, if you learn to spot the little details, you can save yourself an awful lot of time, effort, and money. Now, a good example for this is you find a nice house. It's cheap, great. You make the offer, it's accepted. Then about a month later, a month and a half later, you find out that from the local environment searches that guess what? It's in a high flood risk area, and you may not be able to get insurance on the property. Well, you could have found that out at the very beginning and just avoided the property. Another classic is, let's say you find a nice house. You think it's worth renovating, but you subsequently find out that the wiring has to all be redone because it's really old. And therefore you have to start ripping out walls and redoing plaster and so on and so forth. Well, you know what? You could have avoided all of that just by looking at the estate agency pictures. And there are lots of these little telltale signs, which I'm going to get into as we go through it. And from there, you'll be able to get quite good at this, I hope, and save yourself a lot of time and effort and money. And most importantly, find yourself the kind of property that's just right for you. Now, before I get into it, here is it's me again, and if anyone's interested, I have a Udemy course which I published 4 months ago, I think it was, and it's kind of geeky. It's all about data driven property assessment. It's free, and I've got some good ratings. I've got a 4.6 out of 5, which I'm very grateful for. And there's about 2 hours of content. So my plan is to take all of this and condense it into 2 hours and put it onto Udemy and then share that. But anyway, this is a more kind of nerdy, data-driven approach to the same topic, or to the general topic of assessment. But I figured that it was important to really get deep into the topic of assessment, just because people need to know this stuff. and it's helpful to them. So anyway, with all that in mind, let's get into it. I have a monster PowerPoint here. It's 141 slides. We're going to take this nice and steady. It's all chunked into like different segments, and like I said, we'll get into that. I've got a double side screen here, so if I look that way, it's because I'm looking at my other screen, which helps me to keep organized. All right. But the other thing I've done is I've designed this so that little old me, that's me on the side, I can be here. And there you go. You see, so, all right, well, let's just start with the big thing. Why would you bother doing all this? Well, the better you are at assessing properties, the more competitive advantage you have over somebody else. That's it. And a lot of people are just not very observant. They kind of know what they know and they feel what they feel. But we all know those people who ended up compromising and buying a house that just didn't really work. And you can avoid all that. And I'm going to hopefully explain how over these probably few hours. Obviously, we'll chunk it down, and I'll annotate the YouTube thing into sections so you can pick off different sections. But from my experience with doing other education videos, these extra long ones work quite well because you can just jump into different bits of the same video and just pick out what you want. And okay, so the way I'm doing this is I'm breaking it into chunks, as I said, and then I've got these. Now, there are a few little mismatches in the presentation, which I will sort out, but I don't think it really matters enough to be too concerned about it. But anyway, I'll just cover, with each section, I cover what we're going to talk about, and then we talk about it. That's roughly it. And I do show and tell, so I'll be looking at various websites and things like that to help illustrate whatever it is I'm talking about. All right. The first thing is you can see here, I've just talked about what you can expect, a lot of detail. Some people don't like detail, but they're the ones that get caught out. So if you like detail, then you're the one who's probably going to do better in your home search or your rental property search than the next person. And I'd say, just as a general thing about property, there's always a compromise. So you're either paying a lot of money for a property, that's a compromise. You're in a location you don't particularly like, there's another one. The condition might not be what you want, another compromise. Maybe the layout of the property doesn't really work for you. Again, compromises. It might have a very low EPC rating, so it's more money to heat. It's a compromise. Compromises. But anyway, then we get into why. You can see here, you can read it all. So, okay, let's get on with it. Now, this is a lot of content, and what I did to make sense of all of this was I used a mind map. I really like mind maps. They're very helpful. And then I have each section, as you see, and then each section has a subsection, sometimes, sometimes subsections of subsections. So it's a lot of content, as you can see. And it's taken me a long time to learn all this stuff. But the good thing about all of this is everything kind of arcs back to certain principles. And as long as you understand the principles, then those will be the foundations of your thinking, and on whatever the topic is, then the rest will make sense, if that makes sense. So anyway, let's get back to this. And as I said, we've got lots and lots of content here. So at the beginning, we're going to talk about the right areas, and then what locations to avoid. And all of these things, by the way, on location it's always elective. In other words, if you have a thing for curry, if you love curry, then you would love to be beside a curry takeaway or a curry restaurant, wouldn't you? If you love curry. And so the point being that a bad location for somebody is a good location for somebody else. Sometimes no location compromise is good for anyone, like an area with huge noise pollution and sitting under a motorway, so therefore you have massive air pollution. But you know, and then we talk about, yes, the mortgage stuff. This is an important thing. A lot of lenders just don't want to lend on properties that are high risk to them. And that makes sense because they're lending you money on a property that they need to be confident about when reselling if repossessed. So fortunately, there aren't that many repossessions these days, but once upon a time it was a big issue. I remember in the early 90s when I lived through that property cycle. And anyway, so the point is there are certain things that lenders just don't like lending on. And the next thing is condition issues. Condition issues, and got a cup of tea here. And these are things like damp and so on. Now, a lot of these condition issues are minor. Subsidence is an issue, like a really serious issue. But even then, in theory, it's manageable. Like most things are manageable. It's just, do you want to take that risk? Do you want to make that compromise? And a classic is getting useful information out of estate agents. And it's just, so much of what I do when I'm negotiating on property deals is just getting the right information out of estate agents. It's the difference between being way off the mark and essentially wasting my time and being positioned right and knowing what's going on when it comes to making offers and so on. Anyway, and viewings and so on, and then making the offer. There's quite a lot here, and I know it's a kind of general thing, but what I'm trying to do with this course is help you do a better job of finding a property. That's ultimately it, and helping you avoid wasting time. The things that you do really need for this are, as I said, a good eye for detail. Now, the thing I've noticed with condition assessment overall is it's a practice make perfect thing. And it's a case of just opening your brain up to being aware of what the issues are. And once you kind of practice this a bit and you've, let's say, assessed 50 or 60 properties, you start to get a feel for it, an intuitive feel, because you build up a kind of mental library of information. And then from there, you just kind of know that's a yes, that's a no, etc. And it gets much quicker over time. But the step one is to actually know what you're looking for. And that's where I can help you, I hope. And then this whole thing about buying property, what the basic processes are. This isn't a data crunchy, numbery thing. This is a being observant and being aware of details and knowing how to prioritize certain information. And as I've said earlier, it's for you. If you're that person looking at buying a property or renting a property in England or anywhere in the world where the housing is kind of similar. Now, if it was the United States, different story because different issues. In the States, you've got a lot more wooden framed houses than you have in this country, far more, in fact. And you've got issues like termites, and the roofing is different in America. The roof tiles are generally designed to last like 20 years and you have to replace them, but they're cheap to put in situ. Whereas in the UK, the the life expectancy of buildings is far longer. I guess in the States, properties or buildings are largely thought of as things that just last a while, like 30, 40 years, and then you either renovate or you rebuild, whatever. But in the UK, it's different. So anyway, yes, there are some similar principles, but largely I would say 20% of this is relevant to US audience. Uh, why does it save time? I didn't put in the words, but I can tell you why it saves time, because it is very time consuming booking in a viewing, messing up your personal schedule, going off to see the house, doing all of that, finding that actually there's a problem with it that you could have identified way before. And well, it's a lot of time. And so if you can condition assess a property in less than 5 minutes to save you 2 hours, sounds like a good deal to me. And that's why we would do it. Now, I'm just showing you a screen grab from our system. This is just properties that we've got in our system, and there are lots of them. And this is why, because there are lots of choices out there. And the idea is to reduce the number of choices that you face, because the quicker you can do that, the more you can zero into what really matters. And ultimately, what should happen is that if you get it right, you've got a feed of properties from Rightmove or whatever. You kind of know the area, you know the location issues and what have you, and then it's just like bang, 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 whack through the pictures. Okay, I know what's going on with this. Next. And that's how you can do it. And it just helps you get really efficient. I'm not going to talk about conveyancing. It's a big, big topic in itself. In doing my day job, as it were, with my sourcing business, I get to see lots of conveyancing cases and so on. It is a topic which I do want to get into, and I'll probably do a conveyancing course with one of my solicitors that I work with. So we work with several law firms, and I think we should do something which is just basically how conveyancing works, what you should be aware of, and so on. But that's for another day. Survey reports, I've got a lot of these on my YouTube channel, and I go through the reports. And I think if you're interested in surveys and analyzing them, I think it's worth checking them out, because it's actually very difficult to find good public information on surveys for some reason. But anyway, I go through them in detail, like several of them, and just talk about the condition issues and so on. And generally, with surveys, again, that's a course. I think I'll do that as a separate course another time, but I think it'll be helpful. But generally speaking, with surveys, just to say, surveyors usually say that things are much worse than they actually are. And the trick is to be able to filter out all of the noise to get to what is serious. And the reason they say things are worse than they are is because disclaimers. So if they don't have an electrical certificate, they say it's a red, it's a 3, it's a serious issue, got to be sorted out. What they're actually saying is, I don't have a certificate, I can't verify the electrical system's okay, therefore I'm saying it's dangerous. But it's not dangerous, probably. But that's how, anyway. Surveys. Buy-to-let investment analysis. I do this a lot on my main channel. Have a look through all of that. There's a huge amount of information on assessing buy-to-let properties, but fundamentally it's all about the rental income and the condition and the location, i.e. the rentability. But the rental yield is very much driven by where in the world you are and the type of property and all that. I'm not going to go into on-the-ground property assessment. Main reason, because I don't do an awful lot of those. And believe it or not, we place an awful lot of properties without me having to go and see them. And the reason we do that is because we have people, representatives of mine, who turn up, they do the video, they do the documentation, they know what they're looking for. We give them pretty comprehensive checklists to follow as well. and they do what they do. And we can very tightly assess a property. But also, the other thing to say is with property assessment, on the ground property assessment, if it's a buy to let, it's just a commodity. You know, it's a thing that somebody rents. We hope that they love the property, so we pick the property carefully for that property to be great for a renter. But as an owner occupier, you're not going to live there, so why would you care that much? And if it's an owner occupier property, of course you've got to go and see it. But I'm not going to be covering that sort of stuff so much. Although I have lots of videos of people looking at properties, which you can see in the YouTube channel under the assessments playlist, because we've got loads there. And I'm not going to go into really in-depth location analysis on this. There's a reason for it. It's a big topic, but it's something I'd like to do. The only problem with really in-depth location analysis, here's an example. So this is our system that we use, and this is something that I built with our techie guy. And it's very detailed and goes into demographics and crime and all this. And there are so many kind of subtle nuances here. And the problem, of course, is that with detailed location analysis, you don't have access to these tools, annoyingly, because it's just the way the system is designed. And someday we might build something for the public, but there are other tools that can kind of help you. And I cover a lot more of that in the Udemy course, which I talked about, which is free. And maybe you should go and enroll and do the course. Now, it all looks like it's not free, but it is free because it says free tutorial. It's free and will always be free. So there you go. All right, now getting back to the presentation. As I said, there's a lot in here, and I'm just, with this YouTube video, I'm taking my time. If it ends up being 4 hours of content, well, fine. I just think if you care about the detail, because there isn't a shortcut to this stuff. Well, there is. It's me telling you my 30 years of knowledge in property and internet, well, property and all of that. Okay, let's talk about the guiding principles. These are very important. And uh, the first thing with property is that it is buyer beware. So if you end up owning a donkey of a property, it's no one's fault but your own. There's no warranty, essentially. There is if it's a brand new build, by the way. If you buy a totally new property, then you get a 10-year warranty. But on the whole, it's buyer beware. And the other thing is working to your strengths. Now, different people have their thing. One of my aptitudes is that I'm quite observant with details, like I don't know, it's just something I'm good at. I don't know why, but I'm quite strong visually. My visual memory is decent, and I'm able to reason by looking at different clues and then coming up with a conclusion. It's just a thing. So what's your strength? Maybe you're really good on numbers, or I don't know, whatever it is, and it relates to property, then that's your USP. Maybe you're really good at renovating properties. Maybe you're a tradesperson or a builder or something. Well, great. Then you're already halfway down the road. You kind of know most of the stuff already. Whatever it is, use it. The next thing is, sorry about the lights are quite bright, by the way, and that's why my eyes, like, you know, normally my eyes are a bit sensitive and I just wear sunglasses, but I would rather just keep the light up, as it were, and there you go. It just means that the visuals are better for you, and that's why. So, but you can put up with me wiping my eye periodically, I guess. All right. Another key principle is just gathering knowledge. Like, there is no getting around the legwork. And in my experience, time spent is good time spent. So oftentimes you might just be chilling and you might be vegging watching TV. Right. Well, that's time you could be leafing through properties on your phone or on your computer. Generally, it's better to look at property on a computer because the screen is bigger, so a tablet is good. But detail is important because anyway, so the idea is accumulate knowledge. There's this whole idea in psychology where if you spend 5,000 hours doing something, you become an expert. But believe it or not, there are also a number of studies that show that just 20 hours learning will help you be an expert. And in my view, the best way to do this is to watch a video like this, get the foundation principles together, and then once you've got those sorted out, then you kind of have a mental framework for when you do the next 20 hours. So in other words, you're looking through properties on the website. You might do drive around certain areas to kind of get your context, to get a feel for what you like, uh, and 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 so on it goes. And just a little aside, really, uh, when gathering knowledge, if you're an investor, you don't really need to tramp around different areas. You can judge a lot of this just by Google Maps. It's a good idea to travel around, see the place in situ, but it's a better idea to look at stuff on a higher level, I think, so that you can get context for what's going on where and where the shops are and all this kind of thing. And then you can do your time on the ground. For rental, I think it's a halfway house. It needs quite a lot of close attention. And for owner occupier, well, it's going to be your home. So doing the time on the ground is really important. And what you may find with desktop analysis is that there'll be certain areas where certain houses just come up again and again and again that you really like. And therefore being able to do desktop assessment and just know off the bat, yes, I like that, I don't like that, or whatever, very important. And as I said, it's all in the detail. So much is just being uh, being observant with certain points, and we'll be talking about all of that later. There's this idea that you can buy market properties below market value. I just don't really believe that. There is no reason a property is sold below market value. If you assume the qualification for market um, is sorry is if you assume that the qualification for market is just the buying and the selling marketplace, then it's the market, and the price you pay is the market price. But the difference is that there are certain compromises you might be prepared to make that other people aren't prepared to make, and therefore you get it at your market value. For example, the classic compromise a lot of people make at the moment is they pay a lot of money for a property. That's a compromise. But if the property needs a huge amount of renovation and it's got structural issues, and you're a builder or you've done a lot of work in the building game, and you're confident you can deal with it, then it's a huge compromise for everyone else, and therefore they don't want to pay the money, but you can get it cheaper. Therefore, you paid a market rate for it, but for somebody who is in your circumstances. Anyway, the point is markets are pretty efficient, and I think where you can win is understanding more properties more efficiently than somebody else, and then spot the property that's just right for you quicker than somebody else spotting a property that's just right for them. In other words, this whole process that I'm going to go through in detail is all about efficiency. And I think the other one, number 6, which is objectively balance things, is that people get really wrapped up in ideas such as it's got to be good because prices are going up. Well, do you really think that's a nice place? Like, for example, anyone who knows London, if you think about Fulham, for example, very expensive area, very, very low quality housing stock. Because originally in the old days, Fulham was basically a working class area with lots of little Victorian 2 up, 2 down houses. They sell probably for what, 1,200,000, that kind of thing. But the same cottage in the same condition in somewhere in the north of England might sell for 10 times less, 130,000. So in my view, it's very important to be objective and start with your core principles. And a good thing to do is to write them down. So you think about them. What do you really care about? And then over time, you can find those properties that just work for you and you can intuitively tune into them. So for me, uh, I I really care about good fundamental condition. I don't care if it needs painting and decorating. I care that the wiring is good and that it's thermally efficient and won't need much work for at least 30 years, for instance. So we all have things we care about. And finally, we going back to this notion of buyer beware, the way the estate agents tend to work is they are obliged, well, they work along certain rules. And one of them is that they are obliged to tell you about stuff that, or issues that would manifestly affect the value of the property. The most crazy one for me was looking at a property on a street in Manchester, thinking, oh, they're nice new houses down the road, thinking, oh, that's nice new build. And the estate agency told me, you know what, there was a giant sinkhole, you should know about this. So the new properties sank into a sinkhole. The old properties sank into a sinkhole. The whole thing was infilled and new properties were built on it. And that's fine. And it shouldn't be a material risk or manifest. It shouldn't be a considerable risk, but you know, it's a thing. But on the whole, agents tend to work on the basis of if you don't ask, they don't say. And one of the tricks that not tricks, it's just one of the ways it's kind of worked out, is that estate agents have pools of negotiators. So you have the valuer who goes and looks at the property and knows all about the property in detail. And then you have the various agents whose job is to sell. And they don't really know much about the property. They know what's on the notes, and that's about it. And beyond that, it's just like if you don't ask, they don't say. But also, they're very rushed for time, typically, and they don't want to just go into all your random questions that you could have got answers to if you'd done your assessment. And in my experience, which is now reasonably substantial, when negotiating and dealing with agents, the less you waste their time, the happier they are with you. And the key is to be observant, pick up on issues, and then ask your tough questions if there's a real issue. But you should be able to identify the vast majority, like 85% of the issues before you even visit the property. Really. The only things that are a bit difficult to judge are things like few electrical consumer units, but there is a way of judging that. And condition of the roof, you can judge that. You don't know what's inside the loft, but that's what a survey does. But on the whole, you can tell the condition of a roof from the outside. So there's lots of things you can find out. And generally speaking, the way I like to do it is I save my precious time with agents on negotiating the offer. I just don't want to ask lots of lazy questions. I want to be on it and be that person that's organized. And if you relay yourself as that person being organized, then great. You'll be in a good position to make a really strong offer. Let's talk about caveat emptor. This, I've got a specimen property for you. And the backstory to this is it was bought by an investor who who we work with, and the property was renovated by some builders, and 3 months later this happened. So, bit of an issue. This is rising damp, by the way. We talk about damp in more detail later on, but rising damp is the bad kind of damp because it's much more difficult to sort out. And my point is that that this guy, he bought the property, he had it, it was renovated. He thought that that'd be great. It's renovated, save myself a load of hassle. And turns out this happened to him. And now he has to get damp proofing done. All this plaster has to come off. It's just a lot of extra work. And the problem with all this work is it takes a long time to do. Plastering is, well, if you think about damp proofing, for instance, you've got to do the damp proofing work. So you get a damp proofing person in, fine. That's £2,000-3,000, not a huge cost, but it's certainly an extra cost. And in this case, the wood is a mess. So maybe the wood is rotted. We don't know. If the wood is rotted, you have to get a carpenter in. But more importantly, you have to chip away at this plaster. And if you have to do that, then you have to get a plasterer in. So you've now got 3 different trades you have to coordinate to sort out one problem. And this is why it's important to be aware. All right. Now, what I want to do as a general thing is I want to start really high and then kind of work down. And that way, then you get the satellite view, airplane view, helicopter view, and then you're on the ground, or drone level view, and then you're on the ground. The main, so let's talk about principles. And the first one is that people generally push themselves to live in the best places. Property is an odd thing in that it's very important to live somewhere, because if you don't, life is pretty unbearable. But beyond that, it becomes a bit like the car you drive. It becomes a representation of who you are, your social class, and so on. And people generally do push themselves to live in the best property they can. And there's another underlying reason, which is it's tax efficient. So that property that you live in that's very fancy, it's your pension, because someday you'll sell it and you'll realize that cash, and that'll help you in your old age. And as I said, it's about the most tax efficient asset you can own. It's great. Anyway, the other thing I've noticed with areas and people is that people tend to aggregate together. And we know this, there are certain towns and certain parts of towns and so on where you get certain nationalities, certain just types. And when you think about capital growth, it's very important to remember that ultimately it occurs because somebody, a small proportion of the population. So, for example, in any given area, let's say there are 10 properties sold per 1,000 people. I have the data, and it varies a lot from about 16, 17 down to about 3 people, 3 properties per 1,000. But on average, we'll say it's 10. That equate, and let's assume it's 3 people per house average. Well, then that's an average of 3% of properties that effectively drive the market. So if those 3% of properties are sold at a given price, then people say that's the house price in the area. But it's only but 97% of all properties in a given year are not sold. So it's a very odd thing with property. And when you understand how little it takes to steer a local market, it's kind of crazy, really. Anyway, you only need 3% of houses to be desirable amongst people who have more money than the locals, let's say, to push the prices up. So in other words, house price appreciation is simply a consequence of competition from people who can afford to pay more money than other people or previous property buyers in that local market. What that means in effect is that it can go the other way around as well. If you have slightly less competition, then the market can sink. But generally speaking, what I find is that property prices for for purchased properties tend to rise up to a plateau, kind of hold it there, And unless there's a catastrophe like a huge, like nationwide um, problem, like in 2008, where the banks effectively stopped lending, which then meant prices tanked, or if there's some other catastrophe locally, like a big factory closes nearby and then there's huge local unemployment, unless you got that, then prices tend to hold. And certainly, if you look at London and the southeast, where property became relatively unaffordable, uh, really after around say 2007, and kind of held their numbers ever since then, and in fact went up in lots of parts of central London. But generally, prices have held. And what they tend to do is they tend to hold, but inflation does its thing. And then the relative value of the property uh, tends to decrease because the it's quite a big complex. It's quite a big concept, but I'll explain it here. Imagine you got £100,000 today. You can buy a fancy car with £100,000 or a cheap apartment, a low cost apartment. In 5 years' time, let's say you have cumulative inflation of 40%. Therefore, you can buy 60% of that. You lost 40% of your purchasing power. So in 5 years' time, that £100,000 buys you a studio apartment somewhere cheap, or a less fancy car. Inflation erodes purchasing power or buying power. And what happens with property is that over time, the property maintains its price, but inflation does its thing, and therefore the property loses value relative to purchasing power. Anyway, big concept, lots of stuff, but let's not go into it too much because that's not why you're here. I'm just trying to go through the fundamentals really, because it's all in the detail later on. The condition assessment's up. Anyway, markets work in cycles, and they typically have, as I say, a crash phase and slow recovery, a bit of a correction, boom. And here we've got a lot of property cycles. So this is Britain, the UK, 1845 now, and this is affordability. In other words, the ratio of wages over house prices. And you can see definite cycles. So they exist. And we're at the end of a current property cycle. And we know this because what tends to happen in cycles is that you have periods of poor affordability. So here in 1988, 89, and then in 2008, same story, where things just become unaffordable. And you can see here now we're creeping up into that zone, and that zone will probably last 3-4 years, and there will be a crash of some kind. And it takes about 18 months for a market to settle again. Now, I without getting into this topic in huge detail, now is a really good time to be a homeowner with a big mortgage, as long as you fix the interest rates. And I talk about this a lot in an article I've done. But suffice to say, if you go back in history, we have a period that's very similar to the 1940s. And I've done a video on this in depth. But if you look at your mortgage comparison websites or whatever, you'll see that the 10-year fixed rate is very close to the 2-year fixed rate. In other words, banks and other organizations that take these risks on long-term interest rates believe that interest rates are not going to rise. And I believe that too, because essentially we're going through a prolonged period of inflation, which is very good if you have a mortgage, and low interest rates. Therefore, if you have a fixed year, 10-year fixed, or 5-year take it a 5-year fixed, then it's very likely that if you assume inflation rates similar to the 1940s, that 40 to 50% of the purchasing power, the true value of that mortgage will be wiped out in 5 years. So I got a 5-year fixed, and I reckon based on my repayments that inflation is eating twice the value. So in other words, it's like 1x of repayment, and then 2x of devaluation per month. It's crazy. Like 10% inflation, and I'm on 3%. My fixed is just below 3. So but inflation is like 9-10%. So that the true value of that mortgage is being eroded rapidly, which is amazing. It's amazing if you own a property and you've got a mortgage. So it's a good time to buy, even though we're entering in another peak period where there will be a crash. But the likelihood is based on my analysis. And I'll just let's just go here, and I'll show you here. So what I do is for my clients, what I do is I map out all this data. And if I pick a decent area, again, it's YouTube, right? So if you're not interested, you can skip on to the next section where I talk about other things. Anyway, I track capital growth because it's really, really important. And I've got very up-to-date capital growth, which I get from property data, and then longer term capital growth where I get from Office of National Statistics. And what I'm interested in is really areas that have very strong recent growth. I've done a lot of research into this stuff, by the way. And generally, the rule is that if there's good short-term growth over the last 5 years, that's a very good sign for continued growth. But remember, keep an eye on the fundamentals. And if property is becoming just outrageously expensive, if you look at it objectively, it's getting too expensive, well, maybe it's going to crash hard. If we look at the past, though, for some kind of indicator as to what's going on, likelihood is that if you buy in a sensibly decent area, like one that's not compromised, nice demographics and all that good stuff, and I talk about that in the Udemy course in a lot more detail, but you're likely to see an 8% decline in your property value. Now that might mean you're underwater. So in other words, you buy the property for £200,000 or 300, whatever it is, and it declines 10%. So let's say you go in at a 90% loan to value mortgage and it declines 10%. Well, then you're kind of stuck there for a bit. However, the likelihood is that your wages will go up in line with inflation, and that £270,000 mortgage will decline by 40% in purchasing power terms over the next 5-10 years. So it's crazy stuff. So really, perversely, it's a great time to buy property. And even though people are bewildered by the amount of competition for property and just like, why is this happening? Maybe they implicitly understand this thing about low interest rates and high inflation. Anyway, it is, as I said, a great time to buy. For investors, it's a kind of a different story because let me get the spreadsheet out for you. Here's a spreadsheet I created recently just to play around with some numbers. And the scenario is really to do with buy-to-let property, but I wanted to just talk you through a typical scenario where, let's say you buy a house and you decide to get a 5-year fixed or maybe a 10-year fixed. Then I'm going to say 10-year inflation, which I think is reasonable. I think things are going to shift after about 10 years, but let's say 10-year inflation. You buy the house for 250. Property prices go up 30%, and you get a peak valuation of 325, which is reasonable if you buy in a strong area. And then you have a 10% crash. Then overall you lose 32,000, but after the crash, your property is worth 292. Remember, you paid 250 for it. So there are the cost, stamp duty and fees and so on. But anyway, overall, you're up 42,500. And let's say that you have that you put some money down. Now, what I don't want to do is get into all of the minutiae on this because it's just a lot of. But what I do want to do is highlight a few key points. If you take out a 90% mortgage, you'll have a £225,000 loan. You've got 60% inflation. Therefore, roughly speaking, you lose over half the purchasing power of your mortgage. Or in other words, if you think about it in today's money, that mortgage is the equivalent of £90,000. So your income goes up over time, and therefore, relative to your income, the mortgage is much, much smaller in 10 years. So even though your house price may remain flat after the crash for up to 10 years, the fact that your mortgage kind of gets worked down relative to your income means that you're in a really good position after 10 years. So it just highlights a point that this is a very good time to buy, in my opinion. All right, now let's get back to the presentation. And anyway, we talked about this, the peak, the boom, and so on. The next thing is checking capital growth. Now, this is quite a difficult one, and I have tried a few different tools. There's the nationwide house price calculator, but I don't think it's very accurate actually. And with that in mind, I built this thing, and what I did was aggregate all of the data that I've got from. Let's go and find that again. All the data I've got from the Office of National Statistics. I put it all into a big spreadsheet and organized it around location, and then every 3 months, as this updates, I update that data. And I find it's pretty accurate, actually. It's like a good predictor of capital growth over different periods of time. And I also have rankings and so on. So I think this is quite a helpful tool, in fact, and I use it when I do my assessments. You could use the nationwide one, but they tend to generalize on the data. So I've done quite a number of tests on this, and it's just not very accurate. So a good example was this FY1 3AJ. It talks about property. Well, let's go and have a quick look just to test it for you. So if we go FY1 3AJ, FY1 2PR, that'll do. And let's say it's £100,000 just for round numbers. And when was it valued? I'll say it was valued 2020 in January, February, March, and I'd like it valued now. Tell me what it's worth. Well, it tells me that the property has gone up by 20% over this very short period of time. But if you look at the Office of National Statistics data, then you'll see that the local market has been very weak. Now, this isn't up to right now, and Nationwide can't get that data either because Land Registry always has a 6-month lag on its data. But the point is that this is FY1. It's just not doing great. It has gone up a little bit, but overall there are lots of issues with FY1. So if I go this part of FY1, then it's tanking. So, it's hi, I'm back, and I was just doing another quick test on this just to double check. So Bradford is an area which has had a lot of capital decline, certainly up to September 21. And I was just looking at the postcode district data. The thing with postcode district data on capital gain is it's quite a broad area thing, but just looking at this nationwide house price index thing, I tested this as well, and it shows that the area had 21.4% capital increase or capital appreciation, and that just doesn't tally with the postcode district data from property data, which shows a 3-year gain of -4%. It's lifted a little recently now, but overall, this area has had massive capital decline over time. So anyway, just going back to my point, this is not great, and the the tool that I've created, I think, is more accurate overall, but it's slightly out of date, so one just has to bear that in mind. But in my experience with capital gain, it's better to look at trends anyway. I've done a video on this looking at the correlation analysis with capital gain, but and broadly speaking, lots of areas have little spikes in capital growth, and they don't really correlate with the 5-year capital growth numbers. Therefore, it's important to kind of look at a longer period of time if you're doing that, and then you'll get more accurate growth numbers. It's a very important topic, obviously. All right. The other one is how hot is the market? And I built this thing. It's just postcode district data, and if I pick out an area, FY1, for example, then it takes approximately, according to this, 7 weeks to sell, 5 weeks to rent. Now, what I've done here is I've used property data for this, and I update it every month or so, and it just gives me information on what's going on. And you can see here Bradford BD1 3.2 months, and I think this is quite helpful. If you don't know the area at all and you're just not sure, then this is a good reference. And again, it's on the InvestMore website and it's linked here and so on. So, all right, so that's that. Now we go from that into area assessment, big topic. And for that, I'm going to pause. I'm going to get a cup of tea. I'm going to be back and fresh and ready to go to tackle this one. Area assessment. This section isn't especially detailed because this is it's a huge topic, but I'll do my best. And just to say, we're going to go through the key principles, the crime, the growth, the demographics, obviously amenities like shops and restaurants and so on, access to work and green space and public transport. Let's get into it. The first thing that I realized, or one of the things I realized about areas when I started getting into the demographic data and so on, is that areas really just don't change a great deal. So a lot of people like to think of this idea that, oh, it'll gentrify, it'll get come up in value. If I buy in this really rough, cheap area, yeah, the prices are low, but it should work out fine because house prices are increasing, and so this area should increase with it. That's not necessarily the case. And what I've noticed is that the areas really just don't change a whole lot from one long period to another. One thing that does happen, of course, is that that in different areas, people change in the areas. So if they become more wealthy, they move up and move to a wealthier area. If they become poorer, they either kind of sit there or they move out of an area to a cheaper area. But the net consequence is that areas just don't move around very much. The other thing that's odd about crime is how localized it is. And I'll show you some stuff on that shortly. And how capital growth is also very localized. In fact, capital growth, if you think about it in its kind of logical logical final outcome. Capital growth is actually property by property, even because you can have a nice road and you could have a block of flats or something, a part of the road which is just terrible. And maybe the properties weren't designed very well, or whatever the reason was, and people just don't want to live there. So all the properties around it go up, but these ones don't, and thus the capital growth for that property or group of properties is very low. Um, and just generally speaking, capital growth tends to be area by area or neighborhood by neighborhood. So, for example, it might be uh, Droylsden in Manchester, and the, what I've noticed is that you get certain types of property. Let's say areas with a lot of three-bedroom semi-detached houses, nice demographics and all of that, and people kind of pile into those areas because of that kind of house. If you have an area dominated by three-bed semis, and then you've got a small amount of terraced housing that's in very poor condition, well, the growth in that terraced housing area will be way below the growth for the three-bed semis, for instance. So capital growth is really, really localized, and it's very important to um, kind of get your bearings with it and understand that just because it's a nice house doesn't mean it's going to, or just because it's like the worst house in the best area, that doesn't mean that worst house will go up a lot in value if if it's a very different proposition from what you would expect in the local area, if that makes sense. So in other words, if people buy into an area because it's nice three-bed semi-detached houses, good condition, nice driveways, etc., and then you've got a little enclave of ex-local authority housing that's very poorly designed, poorly built, well, that little enclave is going to not grow, but everything else will. So it's just um, understanding which property is desirable, which types of property are desirable in a given area. And as I said earlier, they move to the best areas they can. So people are relatively mobile, but less so these days. So if you look at pre 2008 property crash, the market turnover is about half that of what it was before, even less, in fact. Uh, because of stamp duty, and remember that stamp duty is fixed against price of houses. So if you get above £250,000, stamp duty is relatively more expensive, and it's a cost that you can't wrap up in a mortgage, and therefore this is a huge problem for people because they have to get more cash up front to pay the stamp duty. And these kind of issues are really holding back the market. So what's happening is you get less supply, more demand, prices go up because only a small percentage of the properties in any given area are sold. It leads to problems. Anyway, aside from that, when they do move, they go to the best areas they can because, as I mentioned or explained earlier, there's so much gain for an owner occupier to maximize the investment potential of their property. In other words, if that property goes up in value, it's their pension, and that's really important. And then people just like to be with their own kind, as it were. So this is a big thing. If you're with people, people like themselves, basically. And if you are in an area with people kind of like you, then you feel happier. This is very useful for assessing crime. Now, there's a couple of ways. I'll just show you how I do it, and then I'll show you how you can do it yourself. So here's a town, Bradford, could be anywhere, it doesn't really matter. What we're looking for is crime trends over a period of time, and we can see in this little patch 10 crimes over 6 months. So that's actually quite low, relatively speaking. And if we look at here, we've got 3 crimes over 6 months, 3 crimes. So this is a low crime area. And one of the odd things about crime, by the way, is that you can have a rich area with high crime, you can have a poor area with low crime. Bad combination is probably poor area, high crime. And you can also get a lot of crime around shopping centers because the way they do it is it's crime per thousand people or crime per head of the it essentially the more people that pass through an area, the more crime you tend to get because it'll be number of crimes per thousand people. Per thousand people, there will be X amount of crime. In a quiet residential area, if you get a lot of crime, like in this little patch here, for example, this is a problem. There's something going on in this little area. Don't know what it is, but it's a problem. And I would be very cautious of this. And what I've noticed with crime data over longer periods of time is that crime tends to persist in certain areas for years and years and years and years because the people who live in those areas who do the crimes tend not to move out. And also, crime is often done by locals, which is another interesting thing. Therefore, crime is very localized. Now, the only crime that's not really done that locally is things like burglary, but most crimes are just violence, um, just random, this kind of street stuff. Here's a little patch I would definitely avoid. There's some issue down in this thing here. There's some family or something going wrong here, and I would avoid that. Now let's go back to the website that we were talking about earlier, and um, we'll play around with this and look at some crime. Let's look at crimes, and here we go. This nice areas is very helpful. So it's the closest thing I've found to the crime maps that we have. And you can see here, you can zoom in and then you can see where the crimes are. Now, the only issue I have with this is that it's for a given period, like August in this case, August 21. You can change the filters and so on. You can see here there's some filters, but generally speaking, as I said, crime tends to persist over fairly long periods of time. But this is a good website, as I said. So if I zoom out, here's crime, and you can see what's going on. Very, very helpful. So and the other thing you can do is you can do a postcode search. So once you've got the postcode of your property that you're interested in, just check this out if you don't know the area. And once you've checked it out for once, you kind of know, and then you're all good. And then it's fairly easy to see the number of crimes because you look at the number 28. So there's 28 bad things that happened around here. And generally, the bigger the number, the worse the issue. However, there's serious crime like violence, and then there's like low level crime like noise or whatever. The way I did it was not that this really interests you, but if you're one of our clients, this may interest you. The way we do it is I created a little scoring system, a little mini algorithm, and I said that if it was a serious crime, then give it a high score, not a serious crime, low score, and then we can see by the strength of the heat map thingy how serious the crime is in an area. So we can just look at it and go, ah, okay, that's that. But for this map, this kind of does the same thing. It's a bigger number. That'll help you. It's quite valuable. I'm going to pause. And as if by magic, here we have a crime map, and I'm showing you two areas that are the same. So the crime map for this patch, which is a place called Gerrard's Cross, and you can see here on the station map, we've got 16 crimes, and we've got various things going on here, and you can see shoplifting, etc. And then you can see my map. You can see it's all bright where the station is, and so on. So the way that little bit of detail for you. The way the crime mapping works is that the police have geolocators, and they just say it happened roughly in this place, wherever this is. And you can see this is the crime for, what is it, April 22, February 22, etc. So what I do here is the thing, the crime here, and you can see I've got some stuff here saying crimes, etc. So it pretty much correlates. It's a good tool, and it'll help you. The only thing is it doesn't do more than 1 month, which is a bit annoying, but fine. It'll give you a sense of what's going on, and I think the trick is just to go back through time on the filters and you'll be fine. All right, let's get on. And the next thing, I've talked about this in some detail already, how capital growth is very localized, and how you can have a good area, a nice area, but a bad patch, and therefore that affects your growth. So again, I'm going to go out here, and we can see that this is MSOA data. So this would be for the area, the overall area, and I have a border here. But the growth here, for example, is very different to the growth down here. 2% versus this place in Gerrards Cross, which is 23% over the last 3 years. So that's nice if you live in Gerrards Cross. And anyway, capital growth, we talked about this earlier, and it's a big topic, but broadly speaking, it's quite important to understand what's going on in a given area. There is the nationwide house price index, which I've talked about, but actually, on balance, I think the tool that I created is probably more useful in that it's quite granular and gives you a general sense of what's going on in your postcode district of interest. So anyway, you can see the URL there. The next thing is demographics, and this is a really important area. Now, again, I'm going to show you the mapping that we use. It's very, very granular, and fortunately, there's a site which gives the same kind of information publicly, which is great. And with our user interface, we're able to adjust this and tweak various metrics and so on, which has taken a long time to kind of tune up and get right. The benefit is that we're able to just spot an area very quickly and go, okay, this is what's going on here. It's a good area, bad area, whatever. And one thing I've noticed about different areas are that you can have areas where there's a lot of poverty and very little crime. And I think I mentioned that earlier. But the demographic data is really quite accurate, even though it's relatively old. This is from the 2011 census. And as I explained earlier, with areas don't change very much. People change in areas. So in other words, people move out, they move in, whatever, but the area remains relatively static. And that's why, even though the data is quite old, it's still quite useful. The only time areas really change substantially in any given way is when you have a lot of new build around. So if you have a large new build housing estate or something like that that emerges, then generally people need to be better off to live in them if it's a privately built one, not a local authority one. And if that's the case, then automatically the demographic levels are a bit higher. Anyway, there is a way of looking at all of this from public. So let's go and have a look at this map. And here we are. Data shine is really good. I really, really rate it. Now, depending on what kind of ambitions you've got, let's say you're buying a valuable property, you've got a budget of anything above, say, 350,000, then a useful metric is proportion of AB, i.e. the proportion of upper middle class people in that area. And anywhere where it's kind of green is high and red is low. Now you could inverse this, by the way. There are different scales you can use, which is kind of cool. You can just play around with all the stuff. And in this case, red is hot, so I prefer this scale. Then you can see here, okay, I found a property in this little patch here, and it's for £450,000. What are the locals like around there? Well, it's a lower social grade, very low, very little AB. It's predominantly a C1 DE area, whereas this Willoughby area, this is AB. A lot of AB around here. Great. And therefore, okay, that's cool. So the thing with this information is that it is really quite accurate and therefore very helpful. And it's been kind of foundation for what we've done for reading or assessing properties at some scale in different areas. And we're able to create filters with our system. But the point is, this is here, you can use it, it's free obviously, and you just input a postcode and off you go. And then it shows you what's going on in the area and the AB and so on. So in Manchester, for example, you can see around Sale and Altrincham, very well off area, and around here and so on. It's just really helpful. But not only does it give you that, it gives you a huge number of other metrics. But based on my experience with this, this is probably the social grade thing is probably most useful. Another one that's quite helpful is uh, qualifications, kind of, but the one that I like to use as well um, is is proficiency in English is very helpful. And you can see, depending on what you like, you might like to be in a community in, say, Rochdale, because the other rule is people like people who are like themselves. And you may find that because of the demographic stuff, you may find that these are places you want to live. And that's great. But what's interesting for me is how capital gain is greatly affected by the by how much people can speak English. So basically, if people have real problems understanding English, they're generally not as socially connected with the rest of the country, and also they're not as able to make money as much as other people very often. So it's just an interesting kind of aside, but you can play around with this and have a think about, what kind of metrics matter to you, and then you can use this mapping, which, as I said, is so valuable. All right, so we got that. And I've talked about the main language is English. And as I said, that's really valuable too. Now, this is another really useful tool. It's called Walk Score. It's one of them. I love this tool. And I'm just going to put in this postcode again, SL97QS. And we're going to see how car dependent the area is, and it's somewhat walkable. That's true. There's a local petrol station just down here which is easy to get at, and then you've got the local town, and the way it works is that the closer you are to local amenities, then the higher the score. Again, it's just a really quick, easy way to work out, is it walkable or not? And we integrate it in our system by using a thing called an API, and we just, all the new properties that we see, we put a score against it, and then we use that for filtering. So we go, if it's got a low walk score, don't show me properties from that, don't show me those properties, kind of thing. And from your point of view, it's just another way of just checking out, is it a convenient place? Of course, Google Maps is brilliant for this as well. And as you can see, you can, if you look at the maps, you've got the little icons for the bus lanes, and you just look out for that, where the bus lanes, etc., do all your stuff. And I think we're going to be talking about Google Maps in a minute. But anyway, All right, moving on. We talked about walk score, and for some reason I've got two. Okay, there we go. And the next thing is Google Maps, which I was just about talking about. Anyway, Google Maps, it's pretty obvious that it's amazingly helpful. And as ever, what you would be looking for is whatever the characteristics are. Now you're going to be using Google Maps because if you're not, well, you should be. And if you are, well, good. There are a few little tips with Google Maps that I want to show you. And I'm just going to check and make sure that okay, here's a few little tips. I do have, yeah, let me show you a couple of things that are really helpful. All right, I'm going to zoom into Street View. So firstly, 3D is really helpful for understanding how the street layout works and so on. That's really good. And there's a street and there it is. Now, up on the top left-hand corner, it's got a link saying Street View, and you can actually move the view across time. You can see this is from 2008 and 2014. So if you're looking at a property that, say, these houses here, for example, let's go back to 2008. Has anything changed since 2008? Well, there's been something going on here, obviously. And if we go here, not much has changed, but that's interesting in itself. So if you're looking at a property and you're looking at whether things have changed over the years or whatever, this is really helpful. So that's a major benefit. And obviously you've got all the usual travel time stuff. So if you live here, from here to there, you can see the travel times that you could do by train, by walking, whatever. This is incredibly helpful. And there's another little tip which you probably know already. You can just drag that around and you can pick different spots and just quickly look at the travel time depending on where you're interested in going. And that's just very helpful. There are travel time maps, but I haven't seen any good ones recently. There was one which I used to use and then they kind of closed it off for some reason. But travel time map, as in it just how many minutes, how far can you travel by public transport from a location in X number of minutes. But this works fine. Anyway, so that's that one. And as I say, the other thing to look for, of course, is amenities and green space or whatever it is you care about. I like canoeing. I care about distance to water that I can go canoeing, for instance. Bit random, but that's what I care about, and therefore, that's what I'll be looking for. And we've talked about the travel time maps. This is really helpful. And okay, so that's the high level uh, location stuff. And just going back to the beginning of this slide, just to take it from the top, the the main thing to remember is that things like demographics and crime, they don't really change very much because people don't change that much in areas. So those crime makers, they're not going away. They just get older and new people come in and do crimes and what have you. So generally speaking, crime hotspots don't shift. So if you buy in an area just because you believe or you hope that it's all going to be okay in a few years' time because some urban renewal or whatever coming along, only if those people who do crimes leave or if they change their behavior, which is unlikely. So my general view on crime is if there's crime and a lot of it, just avoid because it's not worth it. If uh, if you're in a very wealthy area and you really want to be in that wealthy area and there's a lot of crime, just make sure you secure your property well, and then you'll be okay. And the demographics stuff is very helpful as well. I think people underrate how important that is. But if you just think about your own circumstances, where you live, whether you're happy with where you are or not happy, whether you like the people, whether you don't, whether you feel you fit in and whether you don't. That's demographics and kind of cultural profile. And by using tools like the data shine mapping, it's very easy for you to quickly find those areas where you are more likely to fit in. And you may say that, you know what, I'm a snowflake, I'm unique. Well, yeah, but still a snowflake. You're a thing, you're a person, and you have cultural biases just like other people have, and there will be a place that's just right for you. And by using these kind of mapping tools, you'll find those places. What else is there? Obviously, there's the usual amenities and shops and so on. I think with amenities, it's very easy to go, oh, I love this area. The restaurants are so good. But really, how often do you go to a restaurant? If you eat at restaurants a lot, well, maybe eat at them slightly less and put that money into saving or a better house or something. But yeah, it's great having nice restaurants and so on. Just be aware, I think, of being picky about which restaurant, which amenities you like best. So the key thing is being objective and going, well, what do I really care about? If restaurants are like 3 out of 10 on my list, well, I can live further away from good restaurants. I can always drive or cycle or whatever. Proximity to workplace is a huge thing. Obviously, we're seeing a big transition now where a lot of people, knowledge workers, are able to work from home a lot more. And that's why areas that are further out tend to do better. And this transition is sticking. So it certainly isn't going away because people prefer it. Um, so therefore, people are prepared to put up with a longer commute in return for more space. And then you're into the whole thing about city centre, whether that works and so on. And again, I just go back to my key point, be objective. Do you really like living in a 65 square meter 2 bedroom apartment, 12 floors high with really high service charge, no green space, and just kind of a lot of noise and air pollution? Is that really how you like to live? If it is, great, live there. If not, then objectively look at where you want to be. And as I say, if you're lucky enough to have lots of choices and you're like, well, I just go and live somewhere that suits me, well, then you got data shine and all of that to help you work out which patches are good for you. And of course, there's all the usual public transport and so on. And again, I think the best way to treat that is objectively. Think carefully about it and think, well, do I really use public transport a lot? Are my patterns going to change quickly? Do I mostly drive? And if so, then why do you need to be so close to public transport? It's a convenient thing, but is it worth paying that much extra for? And all these things go back to the compromises and strengths that you have. And from that, somewhere along the line, there'll be a set of requirements which you can say, those are my requirements, that's what I'm looking for. And therefore, these are the kind of places I want to buy in because they suit my requirements. Okay, now the next thing I'm going to do is move on to the next section, which is the location stuff. And this is quite a lot of content here actually. As you can see from the slide, we're going to look at, again, crime, things like power pylons, power electricity substations, flooding, and so on. There's a lot of stuff here, but on the whole, most of these issues are not that commonplace. However, it's important to check because if you get caught out by buying a property that's beside a hidden electricity substation, that's going to be a difficult property to sell because people are really nervous about, for example, electricity, high voltage electricity, as an example. Okay, I think the most important thing when you're thinking about location assessment is how easily you could resell the property. Well, A, how much you like it. B, could you resell it? So there's the emotional bit. Oh, I love this area. Then there's the objective bit, which is, okay, if I'm selling this house, how easily could I resell it? How desirable is this for other people? Because ultimately, if you think about it, the value of your property is only what someone's prepared to pay for it. And if you make a mistake on location, then the property goes on sale for some reason, then it doesn't get sold, then you've got a big problem. Or it does get sold, but at a big discount from what you believe it should have been sold at. So it's very important and to get these location assessments right. And with renting, obviously, it's the same thing. You could rent somewhere pleasant to live or unpleasant to live. And generally, people like private, quiet spots. Now, younger people tend to prefer more the hustle bustle and urban and whatever. And as ever, you pick what's right for you by being objective about what you care about most. And then you work back from there. But generally speaking, people don't like pollution. They don't like excessive noise. They like convenience, whether it's convenience to green spaces or convenience to a shop. And the other thing is they just don't like smell pollution, as it were. Anyway, let's get on with it. And the very first thing I suggest you do is get the Chrome add-on from Patma. I use this all the time. It's incredibly helpful. And the reason is because it gives you a postcode, and I'll show you one here if I can find it. I'm just going to pause. And again, as if by magic. And here's the postcode panel that you get from the Patma thing. Now, the reason I like this so much is because, well, it's free. That's a really good thing. This is a really good service. Parts of it I don't love, but this add-on is just so helpful. Why is it helpful? Well, let's show you. Firstly, it gives you the postcode, which is really important if you're using any of these tools. It just saves you a lot of time. That's number one. Secondly, it shows you some stuff about comparables, which it's kind of useful, but not especially. But what is useful is the first seen information, like when it was first on the market. That's helpful. Whether it was previously on the market, because if it was previously on the market, then came back, etc., this will show you the whole history, whereas the property portals won't necessarily share that with you. So this is very valuable if you see a property kind of popping in and out to the market a lot. And I'm pretty sure I talk about this later. The other feature on this, which you can get from the property listing, of course, is this just a quick take on location and overview like that. Quite useful, but for me, it's the postcode. It's so helpful. Now, the next thing is the property number, and this is so valuable. And the reason we need to know the property number is because we actually need to be able to look at the actual property. And in estate agency information, they don't give you the property number. They say it's a privacy thing. So how do you find the actual number of the property? Well, the first thing you can do, of course, is go and look on Google Street Maps. And if we look at this will help us. So let's see if we can identify the number. This is probably the quickest way overall, but I say it's quick. It's not super quick. But anyway, we can see here, can we see a number? I don't see a number. Okay, that's an issue. Then what you can do is you're looking at the property, you kind of know what it looks like. So let's just look at that on Google Maps. And I want to see this from up on high. So you remember we had the postcode. Let's go there, postcode, and then let's zoom in and see if we can find the number of this property. There it is. So it's this thing here. Let's see. Now, helpfully, Google give us property numbers. So this is number 14, but they don't tell us what the property is beside it. So that's annoying. Is it 16? It's difficult to say. So this is where it all gets very messy, honestly. Now, one way of finding out what the number is to look at the sales history. And we can see this property was sold in 2006 for £104,000. So let's go to nearby sold prices. Now we know it was sold in 2006 for 400,000, for whatever it was. Here we are. £104,000 sold on 5th of June 2006. That's our house. And look, there's our house number. So that is really helpful. Location assessment is the next level down. And I think when you're looking at a property, it's very important to ask yourself, how easily could you resell the property or rent the property out or whatever? But the main principle being thinking about the property objectively. What could you do with it if you owned it? Could you move it on? And if you think of it in terms of compromises, you will have made some compromises to possess this property. And if those compromises are reasonable and other people are prepared to make the same compromises as you, maybe the property isn't quite so big or it's got smaller driveway, whatever. If it's got sensible compromises, then that's great. But what if you end up with a property with really bad compromises, like it's really close to a large motorway or some other real problem like that? Well, then that's probably a bad property to own. And therefore, it's very important to look at all this stuff, do your detailed location assessment, and then you kind of know what's going on and what compromises you're prepared to make in order to live there. Now, the very first thing is to get your Chrome add-on sorted out. Now, this is a really good one, which I recommend, and you can get it for Chrome and so on. Now, the reason I really like this is because it is incredibly helpful for finding postcodes for properties, and I'm going to show you now. Here's a Rightmove property, and there's a postcode. We'll be using this a lot over time because, as you'll see, once you got the postcode of the property, then you can use that postcode to check out loads of location variables, which is great. And therefore, it's extremely helpful to have this. And as I say, this it's a free add-on, and it has a bunch of other information on it, like street maps and all this kind of stuff. But anyway, that's the first thing. The second thing is to get the property number. This is really, really, really important because the estate agents don't give you the exact address. They'll just say it's here. So we need to know the address, and a couple of ways you can do this is just to do that. You put the postcode in. But the problem with that is you then have to kind of shuffle around. Now, sometimes you can see the number of the property very easily, but in this case we can't because the street view doesn't go into that little courtyard, and therefore we don't know. And that's a problem. So here's a trick that I use all the time for finding the number of a property. In Zoopla, Rightmove and Onthemarket, they'll show you previously sold. And what we want to know is when this property was last sold. And it turns out it was sold in 2006 for £104,000. So that's useful. And here's why. We go to nearby sold prices. Now, Zoopla and Onthemarket don't have this, but you can use this service once you know what the postcode is and you've got pictures, and you can just double check. And here it's very easy. We can see the house here in the thumbnail, so we know that that's the one, and it was sold in 2006 for £104,000. So I'm pretty confident it's the same house. And look how quick that was. That's the number 26. So that's very helpful. And just to validate that, let's just put that address into this, and let's see if it gets us the right exact property. And 26. Yep. Now I'm pretty sure it's not this one, but it's actually this one beside it. But in any event, we know that this is the correct number because it would have been entered into land registry and so on. It doesn't always work for apartments because you can have an awful lot of apartments in a block and they can be sold for the same prices, similar prices at similar times and all of that. But on the whole, it gives about 85% likelihood of getting the actual address just by doing this little trick. So helpful. All right, so now you've got the address. You could call the agent, by the way, that's the other thing, of course. But the issue with that is that if you do that, you've then got to talk to the agent. And that's just hard work. And you may not want to at this stage because you may just want to check it out. Now, a good question is the property overlooked? That's a question. And the answer is go into Google Maps. Now, you might not have 3D, but you'll most always have 2D, and you can see here how overlooked it is. This place is not very overlooked, actually. It's quite difficult to see it from here. You can kind of see it from the neighbor. Broadly, this is a reasonably private garden. It's not like it's overlooked by a major road or a block of flats or something like that. It's pretty private. So that's a thing. You probably care about it. I know I would. And that's why it's worth checking for. Now, the next thing is we're going to go back here, and the next thing is crime. Now, I've talked about this earlier. This nice areas map is really helpful, and as I've explained earlier, the thing with crime is that when you get crime in an area, it tends to persist because the crimes are done by people who are local, and those local people either just get older and kind of grow out of it, or they move on. But typically, both processes take a long time. So therefore, crime tends to hang around, and that's why it's very important to check the crime. And as I've said before, crime is super localized. So you can have a little patch with an awful lot of crime, and then you can have an area with very little crime. Here's a map, and I'm just going to quickly show you this. Here's a lot of crime in a housing estate. That's quite a lot of crime. I would avoid that because that crime just isn't going to go away. But if you look over here, 32 crimes here and 10 over here, and much quieter. In other words, it's often just one family or one household causing trouble for everyone else. And my general rule is if the crime is serious, I avoid, because I can't change the crime behavior in a given area. Next thing is wind direction. And the reason this is important is because if we look at the maps, the prevailing wind in the UK tends to come from the southwest or the west. And if you are near like polluting industrial or sewage works, then it's important to be aware. For example, if I was looking at a property here, I would avoid, because I know that in summer the wind comes from the south and southwest, and this is when sewage works stink. And you know sewage works because of the round, what are they called? Filters. And anyway, I just would not live around here. I think it would really smell and be unpleasant. I would consider living here, for example, possibly down in this area here, and definitely I'd be comfortable living around here, away from the sewage. But the main point is it's the wind direction, and this map shows you roughly the direction. Now, there are other ways of visualizing it. There's another map which sort of shows you in bands, but broadly only about 20% of the wind comes down from the north, northwest, northeast. Mostly it's south, southwest and west, southwest and so on. Next thing is noise pollution, and it's fairly obvious when there's noise pollution. So this map will show you some stuff. I tend not to use this very much because I think Google Maps does a perfectly good job, and I'm happy, I can see what's going on with noise pollution based on that. There is an important point to make, which is that generally speaking, noise increases exponentially based on the speed of the traffic. So as long as the traffic is under 40 miles an hour on a road, even if it's a huge road, that's fine. What's not fine is living this close to a 70, 80 mile an hour road where traffic is whizzing by, and you will get huge amounts of noise pollution if you're close to a motorway. So we always avoid. And the other one, of course, is railway tracks. They produce a lot of sound as well, but I'll be talking about that shortly. Then we've got electricity substations. Quite an interesting issue, this. That doesn't look like a substation, does it? No, but it is. And it is a problem because people do not like living beside them. Now, this is a commercial premises with uppers, presumably, people living in the upper area. But for example, I've seen a property which I couldn't remember, but I couldn't find the exact property, so I couldn't dig it out for you. But it was a power substation, looked like a garage, and there was a house right beside it. And we were interested in the house because it seemed to be a good price. And so I called up and I said, "Hey, what's the viewing availability?" And the guy said, "Oh, it's very, very good. When would you like to go and see it, etc." And I thought, it's odd. He's being very friendly. So anyway, I said, "Oh, let's book in for whenever." And then I thought, yeah, I'm just gonna have a look at this. Something ain't right. This house should be really popular. People should be scrambling after it. Well, turns out that I looked closely, and this thing that really just looked like a garage was a little substation. And so I called the guy back, said, "Sorry, substation." And then he kind of groaned, and he knew, because he knew that this was going to be a problem. And so this is typical. This is the point about caveat emptor, that when you buy, it's on you ultimately. And you take professional advice from surveyors and people like that, people like us, I guess, if you're using our services to identify these issues. So this is a problem. Watch out for those. They're not very commonplace substations, but they're an issue if you are near them. Now, the other one is electricity pylons, and this is quite a serious issue. The problem with pylons are, well, on Google Maps, they're quite hard to identify. That's the first thing. So you can kind of see something there, but that doesn't really look like much. They're just hard to see. But the good thing is that if you are doing a street view, which you should be in any event, it's going to be pretty easy to see them, because look, there's some pylons. And you go, okay, pylons, I see them. And it's very important to see where you are in relation to the pylons from the satellite view. It's quite easy to work it out. There's a pylon, and somewhere around the place will be another pylon, and then you'll be able to work out the direction of the pylon. There's a pylon there. So I suspect that pylon and that pylon are connected, maybe. No, there it is. So it goes that pylon to another pylon here. So that's the axis. I've seen mortgage application forms and valuation forms where they actually ask, is a property directly adjacent to high voltage electricity? That could be the substation I talked about or the pylons. And if you are, that could be a problem. The reason isn't because they're worried about your health. The mortgage providers are worried about resale of the property. and you should be too. If you lived in a house under a pylon, be aware of that. It just makes everything more difficult. Now, in a peak market where everything's just a bit nuts, yeah, you could probably sell the house. But what happens in the quiet periods? Because there will be quiet periods in the housing cycle. Well, then you're going to have a house that's really difficult to move on. And therefore, on the theme of there will always be another house to buy, because there always will be, uh, I just move on. Find another property, I suggest. All right, pylons, as I say, are an issue. Now, this one, I just found this on Google Maps. I just thought it was kind of funny and sad at the same time. This property looks like it's really nice. Look at that nice little quiet road. See? Quiet. Oops. And you might go, oh, what's that in the back? That doesn't look like anything too serious. And if you looked at it like that, you go, oh, that's a nice quiet property. I wonder what's going on there. And the answer is it's not quiet. That's the first thing. It's right beside a motorway, 3 lanes of it, and backing onto a double railway, electrified railway track. So this is just noise upon noise. Now, Google, or should I say, you can get these sound maps, and you can see here's what it shows, but it's pretty obvious. And the rule is, again, railways, noisy, roads, noisy. So fast roads, very noisy. The next thing is industrial, and again, I'm going to show you this on Google Maps just because it's more interactive and more interesting. And here we can see you've got a house that sides onto that. In theory, that's not an issue. And in some ways, this could be an opportunity, because if an area is on the change, then if this turned into, for example, a housing estate, well, that would be a good thing, because then the whole area would be uplifted and the values for the whole area would be improved. But it does back onto industrial, which is an issue. Now, one of the things that's curious about this is the amount of empty space doing nothing here. And whenever I see this, I think, you know what? Somebody is going to turn that into residential someday, possibly. But who knows? Brownfield sites are very interesting. Where you already have existing new build and then you have brownfield, that's interesting. Anyway, back to my point, it backs onto industrial. That's a compromise. Is it a huge one? Depends on the industrial. If you're right beside a recycling plant, for example, that's got lots of smelly trucks and things like that, and you're just northeast of it, maybe that is a compromise you don't want to make. But on the whole, the really smelly, polluting factories are not near urban spaces just because it's so polluting. Anyhow, that's that one. And if we move on, the next thing is, yeah, now this is an interesting one. This is a good example of the wrong kind of industrial in my view, but it's also more about car parking. Now, here we've got a road. It's not a particularly quick road. We've got speed lines here, and you can see there's no parking outside, double yellows. And you may go, well, I don't really care. It's not a big deal. I don't use my car very often. I'll just park it wherever I can. Well, you're really sure about that? Because your car is probably something you treasure, or your vehicle, and you don't want it wrecked. And imagine having a car parked out the back there. Somebody could creep in, do damage to it, never be seen, and you've got a huge repair bill on your car. Not good. And also, how do you know you can park in there? What if it's too busy? Because all these other cottages need, or terraced houses need the parking. And also, you can see here there is parking, but it's right. Are you really sure you're going to be able to get parking regularly? Because imagine you're in an area and there just is not good parking availability. It's just a problem. Anyway, I'm highlighting this as a typical kind of condition or issue. Now, one good thing about this property, and you get this quite a lot, just to say, You do get a lot of these terraced houses with these back streets, and they are gated. So in this case, that's good. Now, I didn't see that until I looked on Google Street View. And if you've got parking here and it's gated, well, the only hassle is you have to open and close the gate. But at least if you do that, you can have some assurance that your car is safe at the back. But broadly, this property has compromised parking, and that's an issue, and just be aware of it. Again, compromises. Now, air pollution maps are quite helpful, but not that helpful. Generally speaking, you would say that if you live in a city, or one would say if you live in a city, then you're going to get pollution. So you just kind of accept that. But a rule of thumb, which I've talked about earlier, is the wind direction thing, southwest, west, etc. And interestingly, if we look at uh, most cities, actually, the richer areas are generally to the west. And in Manchester, for example, the richest area is this whole area, Sale, Altrincham, and so on. In London, it's the west, in the west of the city as a whole, and so it is with many other industrial cities. If the city was never a big industrial center, then it's more kind of spread out like York or someplace like that. But for Manchester, as I say, the rich areas out the west. Now it's different now, less pollution. But overall, if you want nicer housing stock and so on, you go to the west side of the city rather than the east. And for pollution, same story. Just you know that air pollution is going to be a lot higher on this side of the city versus this side of the city. So therefore, if you've got asthma or something like that, maybe you think about where there's less pollution. And you can use air pollution maps, but just what I said, I think, is as useful. Then we've got mobile phone signal checking. Obviously, I don't think it's an issue if you're in a typical urban area, but you can see that different providers have provision, and it's not a big deal moving your mobile service provider to a different company if you're in a given area. But what is hassle is broadband and making sure that you have good broadband. So for example, where I live, I've got ultra fast now, which is good, and I think I'm kind of inclined to get that fairly soon just because I do a lot of uploading and so on. But anyway, you might be out in the country or some random place like that where there's very little internet, and it's kind of a big deal if you're a knowledge worker who needs access to this kind of stuff. Then we have mining, and this is quite an important one if you live in various places in the north. Now, fortunately, we've got the Coal Authority website, and it shows you where there's a lot of mining. And what we're interested in, or what I'm interested in, what you should be, is open mine shafts. Underground mine shafts are the risky part because the ground gets destabilized and you get some risk of collapse and subsidence. And one of the things that's kind of curious is that, and obvious, I suppose, intuitive, is that many, let's say the big concentrations of mine shafts are either in industrial areas or in green areas, i.e. where there's green space. And so here, for example, we've got a couple of, we've got mine shafts here, and you can see here, just there's a mine shaft just around here near the end of this. And so this is especially important if you're buying a terraced house or an older house. There's really just double check, because these kind of places have much more risk of being very close to a mine shaft entrance, and if it is really close, then it's going to cost money to insure the property, and it'll scare other buyers off, because again, the rule is if you're thinking about buying it, think about selling it as well, and then you can look at the property objectively. And if you are literally on top of a mine shaft or right beside one, that's a problem you may not want to have. Now, it's kind of different for more modern properties. Now, we assume, or I assume, but it's an assumption, that there'll be seismological surveys done and that the land will be stable and all that good stuff. But that's not necessarily the case. The the thing to watch out for is um, is yeah. So my thread is on this one. When you go through the conveyancing process, the solicitors will do searches, and the searches will come up with stuff about the mine shaft and all of that, and mining risk and so on. They'll also come up with flood risk and such. But it's it's typically not a massive issue, but it's scary, if that makes sense. So it becomes an issue because ultimately, when people are buying a house, when you're buying a house, you want to minimize any risk you have, any risk of subsidence. Like subsidence is a big problem because if you do have a house that's collapsing, that's the end of the house, and that's a catastrophic risk. So anyway, uh, I do assume with new builds that these issues have been taken care of, that seismological surveys have been done, and that they know that the ground is very stable. Whereas with an old terraced house, how would they have known in 1895? They wouldn't. And therefore, it's a very different kind of risk. Okay, and I forgot to cover flooding, which is very important. So here I am, just gone back a couple of steps, and this is one of those things that you should always check. When we do our property assessments, and you can see them on the YouTube channel, we always look at flooding. It's very straightforward. Put a postcode in. Here's a postcode. And you can either see the map, or the other way you can do it is you can do this. So you put in a postcode. Here's some random postcode I've got and random street. Let's see. And if you're just doing a very quick check, you don't want to look at the maps and see what's going on, you can just do this and then it'll show you. Now, there is one other variable, which is reservoir flooding. We're going to show you in a minute. But this place has reasonable extent of flooding. So let's just have a look. And there are lots of different ways of looking at this. You can see medium depth, whatever. And you can see here, the darker the color, the greater the flooding risk and so on. Generally, if it's medium to low and if it's surface water, it's fine. But what's not cool or not helpful is reservoir risk. And you may think that's why reservoir risk? Because reservoirs occasionally collapse. Rarely, but they do. And if they do, it's catastrophic. A word that I use quite a lot. And you can see the mapping here. So we had a property sale, property purchase, and we had some reservoir flooding risk. We took a view on it that it wasn't such an issue, but it was an issue. The the problem was that they couldn't get normal insurance for it, and the insurance I think worked out at about £500 versus typical insurance £150. It's That's for the household insurance. It's an issue, and you don't have to have that problem by just looking at these maps. All right, then, let's just recap, and I'll just go here, Shift F5, and go back to the start and just recap on the key principles here for this whole section. Generally, you can see there's quite a lot of stuff here which we're covering, and uh, most of this, as I said, you can do off a desktop search, which is really good. And that's why I go back to a constant theme, which is you do your due diligence. It doesn't take long. So to assess a property quickly, if you've got all your tabs open and so on, should take you 10 minutes maximum. And if and then if you've done that, you kind of know what you know, and then you could either avoid making the call or not. As a rule, when it comes to location, we probably knock out uh, we knock out a lot of properties because of the demographics and so on, because we're specifically interested in buy-to-let property. But if it's just owner-occupier property, then obviously we'd be more inclusive. But I would say about 30 to 40% of properties fail for location reasons. Either they're too far away from amenities, they're too close to railways and flooding risk and so on. And as a general rule, what I've noticed is that properties in poor locations tend to go on sale more often because people just don't want to live there for so long, and therefore they occupy a larger proportion of properties for sale. And properties in very good locations just go really quickly. So bad location properties hang around, and that's why you see more of them on the listings. Good properties just go like bang instantly. And as I said, the key principle is to be objective about it. So you may fall in love with the beautiful decor, whatever the thing is, but to just objectively, if you go, would I be able to resell this property? Yes, no. Yes, great. Well, then you've got an asset that's worth owning that you can fall in love with. Could I resell this easily? No. Okay, well, I love the property. Well, that's fine. But remember, you're going to have issues with the mortgage provider and issues if you ever want to sell on because of a change in circumstance, because you never know what's going to happen, right? None of us do. We can't really tell the future. So therefore, it's just best to be really rigorous about location. And then you've got something that you know is worth owning. All right, then let's get on to the next section. Next, we're going to talk about street assessment. And with that in mind, I'll go through the key principles here. The very first one is that you can tell a lot about the locality, like the actual street level, just by the kind of money people spend on either the properties, i.e., how much they look after them, and the cars, and the general streetscape. Is the general streetscape tidy? So the underlying principle is, do people feel a sense of pride in the area? Do they want to make sure everything is nice and tidy? And if they don't, well, that's a sign. And if they do, that's another sign. That's the first thing. And when doing street assessments, there are a few little tricks, and one of them is to do historic snapshots. So we're going to have a look at some examples. And um, and as I said, checking the age of cars is an important one, because that way you can see how much disposable wealth there is in an area, because a lot of times people spend their spare money on cars. Anyway, we can see civil civic pride and all of that. Now, another thing that's kind of interesting about urban decay, by the way, is that urban decay doesn't necessarily represent or show crime. It correlates with crime, but what it does is it frightens people off. And most crime is pretty much invisible. So in other words, there's an assault and you know, at a particular time, you could walk along 10 minutes later and see nothing. And so people are so afraid of crime that they kind of heighten the fear of it by talking about kind of crime legends, like, oh, did you hear there was a stabbing here? And then, oh, there's a whatever. And what they do is people use urban decay as a prospective sign of crime in an area. And that's something to be aware of. Now, historic snapshots are quite helpful. So let's just have a look at this. This is a super cool trick. And I'm going to open this map. Where is it? Come on. There we are. I better close a few of these because there's a lot of these maps opening up and they all take a lot of memory. And here's a street, and here's the place. I've been going back to this little location again and again, but essentially you can see here's a street view, and this is 2008, and now we have 2022. So you click on the thing, and that's it many years later. And you can see, if we look at this view, click here, that's what, 14 years ago now. And you can see the older cars and you can see things. Let's have a look at this. This should have grown a bit. Let's try that. And look at that. Up it goes. This is very helpful for looking at properties and whether there's been work over time. and also on particular street views and that kind of thing, just to see whether the decay is increasing or decreasing. Now the next thing, yeah, so this is the urban decay one, and I'm just going to show you this. There's a curious thing about this, which is this road it's just a random terraced house, and these pictures were taken roughly at the same time. Now, can you tell the difference between the two areas? Like the cars, if you look carefully, you'll see that the cars on this road are actually better than the cars on this road. Let's just do this. I'm going to show you a little bit more. We're going to go here and here. So there is this. Okay, and you can see in this road, let's just have a look at the street view. And has it changed much over the years? Not really. You can see it's still got litter on the ground and it's still a bit kind of shabby. Let's go to 2020. And amazingly, still got litter on the ground. Isn't that crazy? And that just highlights a point that I always make, which is areas don't really change very much. Look, even rubbish here. Isn't that just nuts? Let's just go back here. This is what, 11 years ago. Same story. But anyway, we were talking about cars. Let's go back, look at the cars. Well, that's a half decent car. That's not. And in general, those are fairly cheap cars, I would say. It's like kind of economy area. Now, let's have a look at this map here and see what's going on here. Now, the first thing you'll notice is that there's no litter. And if I go back to 2014, I don't see any litter either. And that just highlights my point that people here seem to care about the area and they want it to be nice. And if you look, you can see there are lots of kind of economy cars, but they're not super economy. That's a fairly modern car. That's quite a good car. In general, I would say this is the 2020 view here. I would say that these are cheaper cars than here. Okay, now here is something kind of nuts. Well, I think it is anyway. This is the average house price for this area. And you can see it's £100,000 back in, I think, 6-8 months ago. This was the average price for around here, and 391,000 was the average price for this area. So a huge difference. And again, it's all these little signs that better off areas tend to be better looked after by people who have more civic pride. And we talked about the age of cars, as in how they appear and so on. So this is just a good indicator as to how nice an area is. And again, the principle is you're always looking for how people care. And if they don't care, that's a bad sign. So if you have an area, for example, where there's quite a lot of crime, there's litter on the streets, the cars aren't great, there might be graffiti around, whatever, you can assume that this is just not really the nicest place to live. And let's move on to the next thing, which is property exteriors. And this is again where Google Maps is so good. And you can see one of the nice things about Google Street View is that it's very high resolution. So you can get right up and see the detail. And I do this all the time, looking at roofs and looking at brickwork and so on. Now, here's what's going on with this house. You've got a chimney that needs sorting out, obviously. That's fairly straightforward. But the gutters need doing. And I know this because you can see all the foliage here. Now, even if I didn't know what was going on inside the property, I can tell you that I would be concerned about damp on the interior, because once water seeps in, especially on older buildings like this, you got damp problems. And therefore, I wouldn't even have to look, and I would know that there was a likelihood of damp issues that I should be aware of. for example. And also we can see that in this case, if you're renting a property or whatever, and it's all a bit downbeat and it's kind of economy and all that, that's okay, rubbish on the ground. But the fact that the landlord hasn't bothered fixing this up, that's a problem. And you can expect issues. So the estate agency pictures would probably show you a view from the corner looking out and not show you the potential damp issues. And therefore, if you were talking to an agent, you would say, are there any damp issues, especially on the front upstairs bedroom? And if they say no, then are they sure? Because if an estate agent is caught lying, it's a problem for them. And generally they don't lie, they just don't reveal. If that makes sense. They're not going to answer your question before you've asked. So make sure you ask the question. Anyway, Google is so good for Street View and looking at exterior. We talked about sales history a little earlier for finding a property. Uh, so, using the sales history to locate property number and so on. The main principles that I would follow for sales history are if a property has been sold more times than comparable properties, then there's a problem. Uh, Whatever the problem may be. Now, sometimes it's just coincidental, but very often it's because there is some kind of fundamental problem with the area. Now, most of the time you can pick that up before you even get to the sales history, but sales history is a good shortcut. If it's just been turned over an awful lot, then either the property, there's some issue, generally, not always, just generally. But if it's an apartment, apartments get turned over very frequently because couples, for example, buy into these apartments. They're perfectly good as a couple with a young baby, and then the baby grows up and they have another child and they realize that living on the 10th floor in central downtown city center isn't the best way to live if you're a young family. And therefore, they want to sell up and move out. And therefore, you find a lot of those properties turn over a lot. And also because they're kind of on the lower end of the price spectrum, so stamp duty isn't so prohibitively expensive on the whole. But the other thing that's interesting is that if you have somebody who's bought a house fairly recently, within the last 5, 6 years, something like that, it's likely they've got quite a lot of borrowings on it. Now, there is a trick for um, for looking at title deeds. You just go to land registry and you can see on the title deeds. Let me just find that for a second, because here's a title deed. And if you really want to get like deep into the weeds with a property, what you can do is you look at the sales history and do you know what? I'll talk about this in more detail in a minute. But the main point is that you can look at the sales history, look at whether they got a mortgage. And if, for example, they got a mortgage on the property fairly recently and there hasn't been a great deal of capital gain, then you know that they don't have a great deal of equity in the property, or you can be fairly confident about that. And therefore, they're less likely to negotiate. But I'll talk about that in a minute. The next thing is just how long the property's been around on the market, whether it's been discounted, and then condition last sold is quite interesting. So we'll have a look at that in a minute. But the main thing is, from a principal's point of view, um, once you understand that the property hasn't been turned over too many times, that there's plenty of equity in it, and that it's somebody who cares about the property, then that's all good. So therefore, we're looking for condition of the property when last sold if we're thinking about previous condition. So anyway, let's get into some more principles here. And as a general rule, I think avoid if a house has been sold more than once every 4 years. Generally, I think just put it on your kind of radar suspicion alert. And if somebody bought a house very recently and they're selling it, then there probably won't have been enough capital gain for them to recoup their purchase expenses. So those would be the conveyancing costs, the stamp duty, and so on. And therefore, if they're selling at an actual nominal loss, there's got to be a really good reason they want out. And it's probably worth asking why they're selling. Generally, if you ask an agent, they kind of don't really know, or they're usually fairly vague about it, because it's likely the estate agent will be working in a pool amongst other agents and they won't have spoken with the vendor and they won't really know. So therefore, I typically don't really bother asking that question, like why they're selling. I might if I have the time with the agent, but generally the agent doesn't want to be asked lots of lazy questions, as it were, and it doesn't usually give me a good answer to that question. But anyway, if there's plenty of equity in the property, but the property has a compromise. So classic example in this current market is that you have a property in a location that's not great or there's some issue with it. You're prepared to accept that compromise and you ask the usual question: how many offers, how many viewings, how many offers? And if there are very few offers, then, and you know that there's a lot of equity in the property, then maybe they're prepared to compromise on price, the vendor, i.e., if you can offer them a solution to their issue, which is to buy the property quickly, maybe you can purchase it for cash, something like that, or your loan to value is reasonably low, whatever, then they might be interested in offering you the property. That's where you ask. And anyway, let's say there's so yeah, as I say, there's a compromise. There's a lot of equity in the property because the property was bought many years ago. Then the vendor will probably be more relaxed about compromising on price. But if they bought the property a year and a half ago, well, unless they achieve a certain price for it, then they're probably reluctant to sell because maybe they'll actually be making a loss on the property if they factor in all the fees and so on. And another one is if you see a property that's been discounted, oftentimes it's not because the property is compromised in some particular way. Maybe it's only compromised by price, like the price is too high. This does happen. It's quite rare, and it's only more prominent in cooler areas, i.e., areas where there's just generally less demand. In a hot area, there's so much going on, there's so much buyer activity that it generally, the price gets negotiated without having to publicly negotiate the price. And also the property gets sold quickly versus, say, house in the middle of Wales, which could be on the market for nearly a year. And then the seller is motivated to sell, and thus they just discount the price till they hit a price that's a good sale price. And there is this whole thing about if it's been around on the market for a very long time, again, it could just be overpriced, or there could be a serious compromise, like it needs a lot of renovation. Now, if you're a builder or somebody like that who can do the renovations, great. That's actually a compromise to one person and a strength to you. And this business about low sales turnover, if there isn't much market turnover, then doesn't really mean there's not much demand. It could mean there's very little supply. So market turnover doesn't mean so much really, relatively speaking. But here's something I found as an example. This property, this bungalow, is this has been sold loads of times. So I would just be concerned about this. And if I look here, I think I've got this property here in my list. I seem to remember doing the research for this. Let's see if we can find it. And from memory, the issue with this property was that it was the only bungalow amongst an area with a lot of 3-bedroom semi-detached houses. This is the one. Okay, let's just have a look at this in more detail, and we can look at this on a map. And where's our property? It's it's got a lot, well, it's got some bungalows, but it's predominantly, well, it's got some bungalows. So I don't know why somebody would actually, you know what? It's predominantly two-story houses. And this is one of the few bungalows on the road. So possibly it's just smaller than the rest, or it's in a slightly poor location. There's some issue, and therefore I would just like get the old ring ding ding and just be aware that there's some kind of problem with this that one has to pay attention to. That I would just not walk into it just going, I love it, I love it. I would just double check and make sure that it's okay, because it's unusual to have that many sales for a property. This house, not so much of an issue. And it looks like it was built in 2001, and then, as you see, sold in 2014. So that's absolutely fine. And therefore, if it came back on the market, that would be fine. I wouldn't be concerned about it. And as we know, you can look at all this previously sold information in the listings. Now here's an interesting one. This one has been on the market for a very long time. Let's see if it's still there. I'm curious. And unbelievably, it's been on since 2020. So that is kind of nuts, really, to use a phrase. It's been on for over 2 years, 2.5 years. Why? Well, the cladding gives you a clue. This probably doesn't meet fire safety regulations, and there's been a huge ongoing issue with high-rise buildings with cladding, and you would probably find that it is very difficult to get mortgage finance on. I would say probably impossible, and therefore it's, whilst it's all very nice, it's probably in a bad location, in a property with cladding issues, and well, it's an okay location actually, but it's got cladding issues. That's probably the problem, and that's why that is an avoid unless you're prepared to deal with that risk. So going back to this, here's another example of a property that's been around for a long time. Again, same story, something's going on here. It's this one's been discounted heavily. So it started out in August, and for 17 it's had 20 grand knocked off it. There's obviously some sort of problem with it. Did it ever get sold? I think it must have done. Yes, I'm sure it got sold eventually because the listing doesn't seem to be there. And again, it's like if it's heavily discounted, why? Uh, just be extra vigilant, that's all. And if you are, then it's fine. And the same thing here. Now, this is kind of a different one, and it's worth paying attention to this. And this is an opportunity more than an issue. Quite often, properties come up. Remember, this is the PATMA tool, which we talked about earlier. Properties come up, and then they then come off the market, then they come back. So they're first seen here, and then it's unavailable, then it's under offer, etc. Then it's back, and that's usually a sign of a collapsed sale, and that could be for any number of reasons. And very often it's just somebody can't get a mortgage. Maybe their numbers don't work out or something like that, or it could be maybe a cladding issue, even though this isn't tall enough to qualify for, I think it's, I can't remember the name. The name of the fire regulation will come to me, but essentially there are certain criteria that a property has to meet if it's above a certain height on fire safety. Who knows? it's worth paying attention to it. And in this kind of case where a sale has fallen through, I think it's broadly an opportunity more than an issue because sales fall through all the time. And therefore, I would have my radar on, but I would be more optimistic than cautious, if that makes sense. I would double check and make sure that there's nothing that really looks serious with the property, but overall, I'd be like, okay, that's good. And here's a good example of a property that's on the market and when and looking at it in the previous sale. So here's the original view, and you can see all of this because you go into the property sales history, go to that, and we can find that property relatively easily here. We know it's 73. That's great. And then quite often you get old photographs of the property and you can see the condition. So this property hasn't been renovated for 35 years, 40 years, something like that. So it's still got the 1970s look about it. And from a condition assessment point of view, it's fine. There are issues with properties like this, which I will talk about later. But anyway, you can see here that the property now looks freshened up. It's been extensively decorated, and you can see there's new flooring. Has it had new wiring? I'm not sure. No, it's got the original wiring. How do I know that? Because the plug sockets are very low on the ground. We'll talk about that in more detail later. Very important stuff. And anyway, I'll talk about that in condition assessment. The main point is now you can see that somebody's done some work on it. When did they do the work? Well, let's have a look at when it was last sold. I'll close some of these. And let's go back to this and let's look at the sales history. And one of the things, now that's kind of interesting. One of the things I always look for is whether a property's been bought recently, then renovated. Because if it has, it's been bought by a speculator and they do the renovation. But we'll talk about that in more detail later, I think. I'll just say it for now. You've got to be cautious because when properties are renovated for a profit, there are usually issues. What I think has probably happened here is that the property is either being gifted or it's been sold prior to 1996, which is when the current system for tracking property sales was created. There'll be some reason, but anyway, it's had a renovation. It could be the beneficiary of a of a of an inheritance or something like that. And another thing I always look for is just, is it lived in? And it is lived in. So it's renovated to make nice and lived in. That's all good. All the vital signs are good. But that's not the point about this slide. The point is that we're saying you can look at the condition before it was sold and see when the renovations were done. And as a rule, the newer the renovations within reason, the better. Then we have house prices in and around an area and sales turnover. And this is quite a useful metric. Sales turnover is a funny old one, but overall, we've got the house prices in the area and we can see average prices and so on. Now, when you look at a statement like this, 4% down on the peak of this, that doesn't really tell you a lot other than that if you don't inflation adjust your numbers, it gets really disconcerting. At one time, property was 50% more expensive here by purchasing power terms than it is now. So this area, from a long-term growth point of view, has not worked. People bought into it hoping that it would be very good and go up in value. It never really did. But in the short term, it's probably gone up, so that's fine. And anyway, you can get a sense of what's going on around the area. And one of the ways of looking at this is the number of sold properties. So is there a lot of activity? And you can see for example, if I go the last 2 years, we have 34 sold properties. And if it's the last 1 year, 14. And that way, it's quite a good way of just seeing how much activity is around the area. Because if you really like the area, then by doing this, if, for example, there's only been 6 properties sold in the last 3 years or something, well, you better jump to it because this property that you're looking at in that area will not come up again in a hurry. But if there are quite a lot of properties being turned over, like 15 a year or something, well, you only have to wait another month or two for another couple of properties to show up, which is helpful. That's why it's useful to understand how much turnover there is in an area. All right. So let's just go back to the start of this and just recap on the main thing. With sales history, it's like going back in time. You can see uh, you can see if a property is loved and held or just spun over and a lack of love. And as a general rule, if somebody holds on to something, that generally means it's desirable, more desirable than something that people do not want to hang on to. And that's why looking at sales history is really valuable. All right, then. Thank you. And let's move on to the next section. Next, we're talking about the size, age, and obviously building regulations and how they change over time. I'm not going to get into a deep dive with the building regs, but there are some high level points to consider when thinking about regs. Basically, the newer the building, the more building regulations compliant. Well, actually, building regulations have evolved over a long period of time, and the newer the building, the better the build generally from a safety and comfort point of view. But we'll talk about that in a little bit more detail. Anyway, as a principle, uh, modern buildings aren't necessarily better built, but they have generally better layouts. They're more thermally efficient. They're easier to maintain. And that's why I quite like newer buildings rather than older buildings. And older buildings mean lots of condition issues potentially. So there's that. And as I say, the newer buildings tend to be nicer to just live in, unless you like character buildings, and that's fine as well. Anyway, so here are the other headers, and we've got the age of property um, and let me just open this up, Shift F5, there we go. Yeah, and we're going to just look at some of the stuff around property age. It's quite helpful to give you a sense of what kind of building regulations and things like that that you might have to comply with. In other words, if you have to renovate a property, the rule with building regulations is that if you change it and renovate it, then it must meet modern standards. If you leave it alone and don't touch, then the building regulation standards of the day will apply. So building regulations, they are not that onerous, but it's worth paying attention to, especially for things like wiring and so on. And then we'll talk about some of the older issues with older houses. And as I said, they are generally better designed. And what I mean by that is modern houses are typically designed for modern lifestyles. And I've thought about this quite a lot about why is it that newer floor plans just work better. And I think it's because in the old days, let's say pre 1950, 1940, floor layouts were much more compartmentalized. So you'd have the kitchen in one room, and then you have the front living room, and then you have the back dining room, and so on. And uh, arguably, there was less equality in the family back then, i.e., the father went out and worked, the mother stayed at home and cooked, the kitchen was her domain, the dining room was her domain, the front room was his domain, where he could come back from work and blob out on a sofa and whatever. I mean, it's all very stereotyped. But I think there are other issues, like when you go back to Victorian times, often the floor plans were very closed up, like lots of little rooms and lots of compartmentalization. And I think a lot of that was to do with heat retention because they didn't have insulation as we know it today. And therefore, it was much more costly relative to people's incomes to keep the place warm. But also, these properties were very thermally inefficient and they were damp. And so just by that, you end up with smaller spaces to heat rather than big rooms to heat, whereas the relative cost of heating today is lower because you have more thermal efficiency and therefore you can keep a bigger space warmer cheaper. Um, the other big thing is with older buildings, there are often lurking issues which you have to consider, things like rot, plaster and lath or lath and plaster. The kind of at a very high level, the main threat with older buildings is when you have to renovate the property to bring it up to a decent modern standard, and then that renovation costs a huge amount of money because you have to strip it back to brick or do whatever. And I think with looking at older properties, unless it's really worth it, then it's worth avoiding it if it needs that kind of renovation. And the other thing is just to think about dampness, cold, floor plans, and modern living, i.e., how people like to live together. So, for example, typical one is kitchens. Cooking seems to be much less, let's say, unpleasant than it used to be. So, in the past, it would be pots on a stove boiling for hours. Today, it's a microwave. And I think there's much less smell pollution, let's say, from modern cooking, which then affects a lot of stuff like layout, how it's better to have the kitchen in with a large family living room so everyone can be together in a communal space versus a Victorian layout where everything was separated. I have a preference for more modern buildings, but different people, different preferences. And here's something that I found on Age and Property Age, and essentially these are issues, like serious issues with houses, and it just shows that if it's pre 1919, then you just have a much higher incidence of health and safety hazards and issues and so on. This could be damp, could be rot, could be very, very thermally inefficient spaces or whatever. But the point is, the older, generally, the worse condition it becomes. Now, in order to identify the age of a property, obviously you can just do it visually, and that's straightforward. But I always like to just work out how old it is because immediately, once I know the age, I understand roughly what the building regulations of the day were or the building standards of the day were, and then it's easy for me to kind of come up with a simple kind of mental guide as to how much of an issue there is with the property. And as I said, Property Tools is really good for this. So just here we go. Here we got a property, and it is let me just do something here. Yeah, so anyway, Property Tools is really good and it gives you a lot of information. So this is our specimen property, 17 Evergreen Drive in Hull, which you've seen pictures of earlier. And you can see it's built from 83 to 90. And then immediately off the bat, without even having to look at the property, I know that the plumbing is probably good, the wiring is good, the thermal insulation for the thermal efficiency of the property is decent. I've also got the number of square meters, and I've got some other bits and pieces here, some other information. Now, we're also going to talk about EPCs shortly, but The main point about this tool is it's very helpful for judging the age of a property. And by the way, the other point about all of this is that you only know which property it is because you've got a property number, which we talked about earlier. Like, getting the number of the property and the postcode is really important if you're going to do a full assessment of a property. And moving back to this, the moving forward, should I say. So we've got property tools. This is very helpful. And also another important thing when judging properties in general is the age, just getting a feel for what small and big is and whatever, because estate agents don't always list the floor area, but you will always get it on the EPC certificate. I'll talk about that later anyway, but judging area is important. Here we have a couple of terraced houses, and let's just have a look at the listing on this. And once you get into assessing these kind of properties, there are lots of little signals and signs that one is looking for. And a good example of this is this. Now, this is an odd one in that you can see this kind of brickwork here. So the building beside is slightly off vertical and the one beside it is vertical. But anyway, whatever. This is bought by a client and it's in an exceptionally good location. But there are lots of little signs that tell me that this is a decent property, and here's why. The fascia is okay, so the boarding up here looks good. The bricks are nice and shiny, which means they're quite good quality, so they don't absorb water, which means there's less risk of internal damp. You've got the stone lintels, which are good. It means that it's a decently built property. And also these lintels were very commonplace around 1900 to the First World War. It takes a while to get used to all of these little signs, um, but it is worth getting into it and understanding what the property age looks like and so on. Now, here's another one. This is similar period. Again, it's a Victorian building. Modern buildings kind of look like this, and I was reflecting on this before I started talking about this piece. The problem is that I can't say categorically it's one thing or another. It's always going to be a combination of things that tell me how old a property is. And the best way to do this is just to play a guessing game. So you got property tools, you know the property house number, obviously, you know the postcode, you look at the property, you make a guess, you see what age it is, and then you kind of calibrate, you work out the age of the property and so on. And here's an example here, this one on the top right. I'll just zoom in here. This one is Edwardian, and this would be like 1920 onwards. Doesn't really look it, but it is. And why do I know this? Because Property Tools tells me so. But also there are some other little details like this brickwork, for example, these lighter colored bricks. You don't really see these pre-World War One. And therefore, that tells me it's a slightly newer building. But again, it's that old thing about exactly what tells you what age it is. It's difficult to judge. But this would be a 1920s building. This is a 1930s building, as far as I know. And again, Property Tools tells me so. And the reason I think that is, just from a style point of view, you've got the bay window, which was something that came through in the 1920s and 30s and essentially persisted till the 1960s. But also, there are certain Art Deco features. So this is a very arts and crafts style with these bricks here in this kind of triple brick formation. And you certainly don't get this pre-World War One. Again, it's just there are certain things, little signatures to look for that tell you the age of a property. And here, this is another classic. Now, how would I know that that's 1920s? Well, again, it's difficult to judge, but one thing you can say is that these arched windows were not commonplace in older terraced houses. They were really a more modern invention. And it was probably due to the invention of larger windows. Like, so pre World War One, all windows were essentially were mostly sash windows, and then these kind of windows were probably developed, and here we are. Again, it's difficult to judge like on. It's one of those things. It takes practice, but the newer the building, as I said, on the whole, the better. Then here we have a couple of buildings from the 60s and 70s. One thing I've noticed about more modern buildings is that if they have this kind of font on them, this is so 1960s. And they're, the buildings in the 1960s start to have issues like, so this is a 1970s development, for example. And generally speaking, the quality of buildings declined during that time. So it was here is a 1970s property, and this is just a block of flats, but it's kind of indicative of 1970s architecture. You got the rectangular windows, you've got the different color brickwork, and so on. And broadly, I would say the 70s was a fairly bad period for architecture. I'll show you another building near me, or some buildings near me, which are very 1970s. And if I go here to this part of the common, this development here is classic 70s and really not very pleasant. And I know locally, like these properties don't do so well. And you can see there's the style. It's got the cladding and it's got the funny floor plate and so on. And they're just not very attractive. And people don't like them, and for good reason. The worst things are when you have large social housing or local authority housing districts built in the 70s, and they're just not very popular for good reason, because they're just unpleasant places to live. And here we go. Here's another 70s building. This is a wooden clad thing, and here's a high rise. And here's an example again of a of kind of down market local authority housing. And I think in the 70s, there was just a lack of awareness of proportion. Like we're all conscious of how places look and whether they look pretty or not. And frankly, these do not look pretty. And I don't think people would like to live in a house like that particularly. So as a general rule, 70s was a bad time for architecture. But then later on, property became more attractive, and we can see here, this is a relatively modern building, although it looks kind of old. But how do you know it's modern? Well, a lot more of the modern buildings have these kind of window shapes, clay tiles on the roof, and so on. So this would be a 1980s property, for example. Also, this kind of brick color was quite popular then, and um, again, it's like it's difficult to judge exactly how old something is. This could be an arts and crafts building, but it turns out it's from the 80s, apparently. And we can see here's a classic example of a pretty modern building, which I quite like. And you have the bigger windows, and you've got the parking adjacent, and you've got modern building technology. So you've got the skylights, you've got the modern concrete roof tiles, which aren't ridged, so you get a nicer, smoother effect, and so on and so forth. So as I say, a modern block, as it were. So, um, so this is different property ages, and as you see, there are lots of styles to look at. I think if you're interested in apartments, anything from 1960s onwards is quite good. The more modern, typically the better, because there's more building technology in them. But anyway, another thing to look at is building regs and how they shift over time. And one of the big things is if heat efficiency. So modern buildings are generally more heat efficient. It's an issue, and it's worth considering, especially since fuel bills are increasingly expensive. But generally speaking, this is one of the big things that building regulations tackle, which is heat efficiency. And also things like quality of wiring is very important. So old buildings tend to have old wiring, which can be a problem because if it fails constantly, you have to rewire. But typically, what I find is that if a property has been rewired after the 1970s, for example, then it's reasonable for modern usage. That's not always, but just often. And again, the newer the wiring, the better. The newer the plumbing, the better. The newer the boiler, the better. And with damp proofing, they found, here's a survey, and 38% of people you see would withdraw an offer in a house if they considered if it was discovered if there was damp. Now the good thing about damp is it's very easy to see, and broadly it's not a huge deal to sort out. It involves hacking off the plaster, drilling holes in the walls, and then injecting some stuff which acts as a water resistant barrier, and that keeps the damp below the barrier, and therefore you're good. And it's like I said, it's not a massive issue. It's just it involves effort. And here are the holes that get drilled in, and you put this goop in, and then that spreads around the bricks, and that retards the damp, and you're all good to go. And you can see various examples of damp. It is important not to have a damp house, and there is a simple reason, which is mold. Black mold or mold can be unbelievably toxic and really bad for your health, and therefore it's so important to just deal with all of this. But as I said, damp proofing isn't a massive issue to deal with, but it is hassle because if the plaster comes off, you have to get a plaster. So doing the damp proofing itself is relatively cheap. The expensive part is replastering, and it's time consuming because the plaster has to dry out. That takes ages. So typically the way it goes is damp proof person comes in, hacks off all the plaster, drills in the holes, puts the damp proof goop in, then you just let the whole thing dry out for a month maybe. Then you get the plasterer in, they plaster around, leave that for a month, and then you repaint. So then you're 2 months in to get the thing sorted out. Now, earlier I talked about mold. It's just such a big deal, and I just you really do have to take care with mold, mainly because it's a massive health hazard. So I like, as I said, let's get back there to the mold bit. Here we go. Yeah, you just have to be very, very conscious of this stuff. So one of the reasons people naturally avoid damp is because they're afraid of mold. They may not even know it, but mold exposure is serious. Have I said that enough times? I think I have. Anyway, moving on. And then we have the poor electrics, as I was talking about earlier. And here's a here's a property I found that was being sold. And there's a lavatory. There's a circuit board. That's not a good situation. It's kind of a bad situation, really. So, not good. And it's likely this property needs rewiring. The problem with the rewiring is that if you have a new fuse board, as they call it, a consumer circuit board. So let me find a picture of that for you. And consumer board, electricity. Modern ones need to be made of metal for fire safety reasons. But essentially what happens with these things is they're sensitive. The more modern ones are more sensitive. And if you have bad wiring, they keep tripping. And that's a problem because then you're constantly untripping the board and so on. And if it's a very early 1970s consumer board, let's see if I can find one. Let's see if we find, yeah, here's one. So this kind of thing, This kind of thing. This would actually have a fuse wire inside it. You'd pull the thing out and then replace the fuse wire. Now, if you see that, you know that that's a big condition risk, because if you redo the wire, if you put in a new consumer board with this kind of old-fashioned board in place, and the new consumer board is tripping all the time, then you have to have rewiring done. And that means ripping out the old wiring, putting in the new wiring, and you can kind of see where it all gets really messy and difficult. So that's an issue, and just be aware of it. And obviously you got the usual stuff like lights and buzzing and whatever. So upshot is, be very conscious of what's going on with circuits and electricity and so on. In a more modern property, anything built from 1970 onwards, much less of a risk. Anything pre that, much more of a risk. The other thing is that there was a huge change in building standards in the 1960s to the 70s, and a great proportion of houses were rewired and rebuilt and whatever. And if they weren't viable, they were destroyed. And you see that a lot in town centers around, or towns around the country, where there were previously tracts of housing and they were just literally bulldozed to make for green space or whatever, because the properties weren't viable, because the new building standards demanded so much higher standards that just didn't make the properties viable to renovate. And then we have thermal efficiency. It's not a huge issue. It's easy to spot. The the thing with properties that are EPC or below, or EPC F or whatever, you can't rent them out. But most of you watching won't be in the investment game. But if you are, you'll know about EPCC mandating, where the government are threatening to impose minimum EPC standards of C for rented property. I don't know if that's going to happen or not. It would be very expensive and catastrophic for the rental market if that happened. Mainly because houses would be sold off en masse, and then poorer people who live in these kind of houses wouldn't have anywhere to live. And that would be a bad outcome for a large part of the population. Now, plaster and lath, or lath and plaster, is a common issue, and it's something to be very mindful of. And old houses had these strips in, and this is for the ceilings. Strips in, and then you put the plaster on, and it kind of squidges through the strips, and that's how it fixes. And you can generally tell if a ceiling is plaster and lath, because the cracks in the ceiling are kind of not linear. You don't get linear cracks. It's kind of wandering around. You get little undulations and all of this. And if you buy a property and it needs renovating and you see this, just remember that if you have to take this stuff out, it's going to be an incredibly dirty, unpleasant job that will load up the costs for the property. And very often what I've noticed is that in old houses that are in relatively poor condition, in like, just lower price properties, if they don't have this, it's just very difficult, because it it's so expensive that really the only viable solution is just to leave it alone, patch it up, and hope for the best. And so generally speaking, what I'm always looking for is whether an interior has been done or not. And I will, with that in mind, I'm just going to get you some pictures of a couple of interiors for your interest. Here's a terraced house, and I'm just going to run through basic condition assessment for you, just so you can see the kind of stuff that you can see. Right, firstly, what are these dots? Well, that means the property has had cavity wall insulation, and that's good. But the issue with cavity wall insulation is that the walls, that if the cavity wall insulation was done a long time ago, you get moisture in the walls, and there are things called cavity wall ties, and if they rust, then it can affect the the structure of the building a little bit, i.e. the walls could like kind of separate and do stuff. But it's a very, 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 very low risk for a property like this. The other thing I'm always interested in is step cracks. If you notice here, you can see little step cracks. See the little shade? So there's something going on here, but it's pretty minor, so I'm not too concerned. Fine. Now let's go into this room, and we're talking about the plasterwork. So here's a classic example of a property which looks like it has original plasterwork. And the reason I say that is because it's hard to see, but if you have these 360 things, or if you look very carefully at the estate agency pictures, you'll see that the ceilings kind of undulate and there's little bits of shadowing and so on. And also the plaster coving is a really good giveaway. In the old days when they built these houses, they often had very fancy plaster work. They would have a data rail up here, or picture rail, should I say, and the idea is you have a hook here and then you can hang a painting off it, and then you don't have to disturb the wall, and also you have the fancy cornicing. And just in modern houses or houses that were renovated, they just rarely bothered doing that. So here's the other room, the back room, and this has had some work done on it. So the reason I'm confident that this is not, I'm not 100% confident that it is actually plasterboard, but I'm more confident. The reason I say that is because, by the way, that looks like a vinyl finish. I don't think that's original brickwork. But anyway, the reason I'm more confident is because there are no real undulations on the ceiling. The cornicing has been replaced with something cheaper, more modern, and this you just buy in lengths and you stick in the corner. And that's why I think it's been renovated, why the plaster and lath has been stripped out. Again, so much of this is details and correlating details together to come up with an overview of what's going on. The other telltale sign is if the cornicing is kind of recessed, like it's got a little recess, as you can see here, then yeah, possibly plaster and lath. Not a huge problem, but it's like a bit of a time bomb because the issue with this stuff is that it gets more and more brittle as it gets older. And if, for example, you've got a bathroom above there and there's a flood, well, then this is what can happen. The whole lot can collapse on you, which is not a good outcome. All right, I think before we just finish on old buildings, I'm going to go to the this this building here. Just talk about a few other things, just because I'm here, and you can see that this one's pretty intensively modernized. Now, one of the other telltale signs about the wiring is where the plugs are. You see how low that is there. Modern building regs say that plugs have to be at least, say, 30%. I don't know what the actual number is, but in the 1970s, plugs had to be about here where my hand is. So in other words, call it 30 centimeters. And then in modern buildings, they have to be 40 centimeters or thereabouts, but higher. And if the wiring is very old, then as I said, the principle being with building regs that if you update it, you have to make it compliant to modern standards. And in this case, what we've got is plugs right down near the floor. Now, what I do want to do, if I can, here we go, is let's just have a quick look in the bedroom and see what we see. And again, this has been stripped out, but look, you see you've got some cracking here. I'm not too concerned about that. That has been badly done. It's possible there was some damp, but you can see that this hasn't been very well done. And somebody's had a go at renovating it and they've kind of stopped at a certain point. And also you can see here a wall from a previous configuration. And it's okay. The walls are basically flat, so that's okay. But when you're assessing these properties for condition, and especially if it's old properties, just it's important to just be aware of all these issues. Now, that's a fancy bathroom and it's in good condition, but it seems to me like the owner got so far with the property and then decided to stop for whatever reason. There you go. They renovated this room and they just kind of didn't get very far. So, my question would be, why did the owner only get so far with renovating the property? Why did they stop? I assume they ran out of money, maybe, but quite often I find properties which are in bad condition and they've been stripped out, and obviously they just couldn't face the cost of it because it cost a lot more to renovate than they had expected. Again, it's just little details to look for, but overall this property's had a lot of renovation work. And again, I'm just looking around for plugs. There you go. We've got a low plug there. Now that looks like a relatively modern socket. Uh, if this had a modern consumer unit, great. If it's got a 1970s consumer unit, not so great. And therefore, if I was interested in buying this property, really I would be asking, what's going on with the consumer unit? Is it modern? Is it not? And as I said, I think that's a vinyl. I don't think that's actual brickwork, by the way, in case you're worried. And therefore, if it's vinyl, the way you get it off is you heat it up with a hairdryer and it makes it all nice and squidgy, and then you can peel it off and off you go. Now, this has got some kind of ceiling stuff in it. I don't know if that's a wooden cladded ceiling or something else. I suspect it's something from the 80s or 70s. It's probably okay, probably fire retardant. What's not good is when you have polystyrene tiles on the ceiling. They're not fire retardant, they're kind of the opposite, and they're dangerous. So if you ever see like square tiles on a ceiling, know that they have to go. They cannot stay because they're a massive fire risk. Just saying. Okay, well, there's that. Let's move on to the next section, which is the EPC assessment stuff. And, oops, and EPC assessment is quite helpful. It's a quick way of just judging what's going on. The main principles I find with these is that by reading through it, I can just immediately tell roughly what's going on with the property. So I know how big it is. I know whether it needs a new boiler. I don't know whether it needs new electrics, but if everything is, uh, if there are no, if it needs more uh, energy efficient bulbs in it, that tells me something. And that's that. Now, because EPC assessments are visual assessments, oftentimes they're not very accurate. So classic is that a house has a loft room or something like that, and the EPC assessor assumes that there's no insulation in the loft when maybe there is, but they will never know because they can't get in behind the plasterboard in the loft space that you've got created, and therefore they'll never know. And that's why if you really want to maximize EPC assessments, there's a lot of homework you have to do, which I'll talk about. And obviously for buy-to-let landlords, they're very important. So here's that specimen house we talked about earlier. The one which is a bit of a wreck and has a very low EPC rating. They will tell you if it's cavity or solid. If it's solid wall, that's okay. They're just fundamentally not very heat efficient, which is an issue. And then we have the different roofs. Now, one of the weird things about EPCs is that they don't necessarily discriminate between the little roof at the back, which might have no insulation in it, and the main roof. So how do we know? Well, we don't. So we just have to guess. And I assume that the main roof has 100 mil loft insulation, and the pitched roof at the back has no insulation. So it's got average double glazing and boilers and rads, so that's all fine. Let's see if we can go to the actual thing here, and they helpfully tell you that you may not be able to rent the property out, yeah, because the EPC is too low, yes. And here we are. So low energy lighting, fine. Now this is quite interesting that it doesn't have thermostatic, the boiler is mains gas, fine, but it has no programmer or thermostat. So modern boilers would be condenser boilers, and it would note them. So immediately I know that the boiler probably needs replacing, and that there's a lot of electric heaters around the house. So that means that the central heating doesn't really work very well, or isn't spread across that there isn't enough heating around the house. And then here they talk about what needs to be done to lift up the EPC on it. So, for example, they suggest cavity wall insulation. Now that's probably not viable, but if you notice the number of points, 43 to 46. So the trick is you're looking for certain standards. So we know we're 38. So we need to go from 38 to, let's say, 56 or something. Therefore, we know if we do this, it goes from 38 to 43. That's 5 points. This is another 43 to 46, 3 points to do the floor insulation. Both are quite expensive. And do I really want to do that? So I want to get it from E to A, B, C, D, D, for instance. And therefore, look, I can score a point by just putting 40 pounds of electrical lights, some lights in there. So immediately I could probably get this from 38 to EPCE. I could get this up to 39, so that's good. And if I carry on here, new boiler, I think that's probably a good idea, and that's worth a lot. And you can see here that 47 to 51, that's worth 4 points. And if I replace the boiler, then and if I go to here, then I can get up to D. So if I do all those things, but what I'm looking for is the number of points that the boiler is worth, and the boiler is it's worth 3. Is that right? So I've got E 46, so that's 3. So the idea is I'm looking for the cheapest way to go from one thing to, oh, that's right, sorry. So I go from E to, well, they don't tell me actually, that's annoying. But typically, well, actually, no, that's correct. I'm sorry, I wasn't reading this correct. Uh, I go from 51 to 68, so this is worth a whopping 51, 61, 17 points. So the one thing I could do if I wanted to get this up quickly is go from 38. So I said 16 points, didn't I? So 38, 48 plus that 54 plus some electric lights, etc. So the one big win is going to be the boiler, for instance. And then you can get another 8 points, but you get the idea, right? So you look at the step change between the different things, and it's the number of points between X and Y, and then you can make a value judgment. So the best value thing you can do to this house to lift the EPC is put a new boiler in, for instance. All right, that's the basics of EPC, and we talked about the improvements and how that works. And the other thing is floor area. It's quite important to be conscious of floor area and cost. And the reason being that there is a linear correlation. Well, actually, it's not linear, but the way it goes is that everything up to, say, from small to 280 meters roughly, it's pretty much linear. So in other words, the more footage, the bigger. And also when banks, surveyors, whatever, are doing valuations, they look very closely at the floor plan, like how many square meters. And for example, if you decorate a house, then it adds a little value to the property. You add an extension, then they have a multiple of the number of square meters. It's like 1500, whatever the multiple is, they'll have a figure and they'll just go, well, the extension is X number of square meters. You've added this amount of floor space to the property. Therefore, the property is now worth that much more because it's got an extended footprint. And as I say, it's a very good way of just doing a quick shorthand on how big or small a place is. So you know, your part of your essentials really is assessing EPC to get a handle on what the overall condition is and the floor area. And then once you've done that, then great, you can then move on and you know, kind of mentally bookmark, okay, that's a big property, that's a small property, or whatever. And actually, funnily enough, I know somebody who did this and bought a lovely big apartment for a sensible price. But yeah, there's one other part to this, which is floor plans and so on. A lot of floor plans aren't optimal, and you can have a big floor area, but a suboptimal layout. And so it's always a mixture of knowing the layout. Anyway, EPC, I know it's supposed to be about energy efficiency. To me, its most useful function is floor area, and it gives me a sense of how much work a property needs to be done on it. As a quick, like, without even looking at the property, I can tell. And here's some average sizes for properties. All right, now that was the EPC assessment, which is essentially condition. Now we're into condition assessment, and that's a big topic. So let's get into it. Now, the rules, my general principles for this is that, or are that, the agents are not going to declare that there's a problem with the house. They'll say it needs a bit of tender love and care or whatever. But it's pretty obvious from the pictures, and therefore it's not an issue that manifestly affects the sale of the property. It's just there it is, it's in a bit of a mess. When you're looking at the estate agency pictures, generally assume that it's about 30% worse than it looks like. And the reason, because the agency pictures like to make it look like it's really nice. And well, that makes sense. As you've seen from earlier parts of this video, when one's doing condition assessment, it's all about adding little bits and pieces together and into clues. And once you do that, then you can kind of do a probabilistic correlation, i.e., you can say in probability, this is the situation with this property, and then you're good. And since a lot of this is about probabilities, i.e., you're going to be reviewing a lot of properties, the idea is to steer the probability in your favor so that when you find that property which is in fundamentally good condition that you really like, you know that's the one you're going to focus on. And if that falls through, there'll be another one, and you'll be able to identify it better than the next person, and therefore save yourself a lot of time and effort. The damp is an issue, but I think subsidence is really the risky one. Not because fixing properties with subsidence is a problem, it's not really, but it's catastrophic if it goes wrong. In other words, if a builder comes along and they put in the beams, the acros and the scaffolding and all that sort of stuff, and let's say they don't do it quite right and the scaffolding drops like that much, and then the whole back of the house drops 5 centimeters, then you're in serious trouble. Like, that's the end of the house. So as a general rule, if it's structural, I tend to avoid. Just because if that house collapses on you, what are the odds of you actually suing or getting your insurance money easily? You might get your insurance. Was the property insured properly for the construction work? I don't know. Most often constructors just have public liability insurance. So are they insured? You know, it's just too many questions. And generally I just avoid structural for that reason. especially for buy-to-let acquisition, which is what I concentrate on. Anyway, the the rules of thumb with estate agency pictures are the colors are usually like extra rich and lovely looking. And they usually use very wide angle lenses, A, to get more of the view in, but also it makes the place look bigger. So if you've got a phone with a wide angle, I expect you probably have, you know exactly what I'm talking about. Everything looks 40% larger because actually people want floor space. And this is why I go back to my point about when you're looking at a property, check the floor area because the pictures are deceptive. And once you've been to a few properties and you've got a sense of this number of square meters, that kind of feeling of spaciousness, that sort of layout, after a while you kind of get to know it. And as I said, the pictures are made to be deceptive in the nicest possible way. They're also quite low resolution, these pictures, and that just is annoying. And therefore, it's difficult to get real close detail. But again, it's that old story where you look at correlating factors. So, for example, in this room here, I can tell you that it's been done up relatively recently. The ceilings are nice and flat. There's no shadowing really to speak of. The, the coving is relatively modern. The interior looks like it's from the 80s, this kind of style with the wallpaper and so on. The carpet is a high quality carpet. Again, probably quite old, but a dated style, but it's good. So already, just looking at the single picture, I can tell you it's older people. They put a lot of money into making this nice. How do I know that? Because if you look, you'll see there's no, it's like kind of smoothed surface between the edge of the coving and the ceiling, which is an extra touch that cost extra money to do. And that's a good looking carpet, even though it's probably 35 years old. Ta-da. Then that's how you kind of add up all the little details together and you go, okay, that's my conclusion on this property. And also these curtain rails, by the way, are typical of older curtains. It's a swish curtain system, and you tend not to see so many of these in modern houses. So again, add up all the little details. I really like these. Now, sometimes you get these 3D walkthroughs. You saw a 360 walkthrough earlier. Let's just have a quick look at a Matterport one. So we saw this one, and it's really worth just checking through, because if you can find these, they are so valuable for condition assessment. And I just, but the catch is you only get them in about 10-15% of properties, which is a bit annoying. Anyway, the great thing about these walkthroughs are you can see exactly what's going on. And we can see here, like everything. We know that that's a really nice carpet. It's kind of oldish. We can see the coving, so that's decent. I don't have to look at the outside. I can. Let's just do the doll's house view. It's very nice. And here's the outside view. I love these. They're just so helpful. And we can see this is a 1930s house, probably, and it was extensively renovated. And you can see that because of the different color bricks. This lovely, may not be to your taste, but this is good quality carpet throughout. It's very kind of 1980s decoration. When this place was done up, it was done well. Now, you may not like this kind of surface texture on the ceiling. You can scrape that off. It's not a huge problem. And also, you can be fairly confident it's plasterboard underneath, so you're not going to have to rip out the whole ceiling to do it again. Why? Because again, the coving tells me so. Early interiors would have had more fancy plasterwork typically. And it's only really more modern interiors where you have less fancy plasterwork. And there's that other thing about the plug sockets. Well, they're quite low here. Okay. Now but this one's slightly raised, so that tells me that's probably 1970s wiring. And typically with a house, the usual story is that the property gets a massive makeover once every 40, 50 years, that kind of thing. And here we are. So I'm pretty confident that the wiring is probably okay here because those plug sockets are actually off the ground. If they were original, they would be closer to the skirting board. And also it doesn't have the coving and the walls look fairly flat and true. So that tells me this property had a massive renovation at one time. And therefore, from a condition point of view, I'm quite happy with this because I just think whoever owned this put a lot of money into it when they did it up, probably in the 80s, early 80s, that kind of thing. I can also tell a lot by the light switches and so on. And you can see this is an original panel door from the building, from when it was built, hence that kind of Art Deco style. You just don't see that in more modern buildings and so on. So the trick is, as I say, to use property tools to judge the age, to tell you what age it is, and then just start looking around at little signals that tell you more about the property. For example, in this property, it's probably a probate, i.e. the owner died sadly. How would I know that? Well, it's empty. It's got old decor, but beautifully done. And look, we've got grab rails around the place. And what happens is when people become infirm, the local authorities come along with their workers and they put all these grab rails around to help people so they have less chance of a fall, because if they end up in a hospital, that's a bad outcome for everyone. So there you go. That's the 360 walkthroughs. They're really helpful. And if you see them, I advise you to use them because they will help you out no end, as it were. And here you have different construction types. This is an issue in that if you are buying a wooden frame or steel frame house, mortgage providers get quite sensitive about this stuff and they want to know what's going on. So with wooden frame, the property doesn't have such a long life expectancy like in US houses or whatever. And that affects the resale value of the property in 15 years' time. So if you've got a mortgage that's 25 years, 15 years' time, there's a termite problem, got an issue. They generally prefer brick and mortar. Steel frame houses are fine. The principle is how long will it last? If it's a high rise, again, it's fine because it'll last a long time. That building is expected to last 100 years or more. Gutters are incredibly important things. And whenever I look at a property, I'm very interested in what's going on in the roof, the slate quality and stuff. I talk about that in a minute. But here you go with this. This is an issue. It needs sorting out because that water seeps into the building and then you get damp. The good thing about falling damp, as I call it, is that it's easy enough to fix. Rising damp, less easy because you have to hack off all the plaster, do all that stuff. But sometimes you have to do this with falling damp, but generally the issue gets sorted out before it's serious and therefore you're okay. Now, roofs are a big topic and an important one. Here we go. Here's a house with what I would describe as an old roof and one that has issues. If you notice, you can see there's a slight undulation here, but more importantly, the slates aren't really that evenly colored. You've got some slates falling off, and therefore, overall, I'd be cautious about this. It's probably an original roof from the day, and I don't know whether that chimney kind of bending across is an issue. I think it's something to do with the photography. But whenever I look at houses and I look for roofs and stuff, I'm very conscious that if, for example, you have a house in a road where a lot of the roofs have been replaced, so you can see here lots of roofs replaced, and this one not replaced, and let's say this one's for sale, I would be extremely wary of this property. Replacing a roof, in theory, it's not such a big job. It's £7,000-8,000, but in practice, because it's so difficult to get tradespeople and get renovations done, it's just an enormous amount of hassle, and it's hassle I would rather avoid. So that's one issue. Now, the other thing is these little silvery marks. These are called tingles, and it's where slates crack and they slip, and then you have a strip of aluminium or copper or whatever, and you pull it, you take out the old slate, You bang in a strip of copper, as I said, and then curl it up, and then that holds the slate in place. So it's fine for intermediate repairs and whatever, but it's not a great long-term solution. The long-term solution is put a new roof on it, which is what the people have done next door. Again, it's just another cost, and do you really want to spend the money on it? And also we've got uh, different types of slate or different types of roof. So here we go here. This is clay tiles. I quite like clay tiles. They seem to last like 60, 80 years. And also they're fixed in by gravity. So in other words, you can lift the clay tile up underneath, slot another tile in if it cracks or whatever, which is great. Whereas slates are pinned in. So therefore, these are much easier to keep up to keep in order. And we can see here concrete tiles or clay tile, thicker clay tiles, not so good looking, and also very easy to maintain and will last a very, very long time. You can see here this property is pretty old, and that roof is old, should I say. So this looks like a 1930s building, and that's possibly a 1930s roof. One of the reasons is because you get a lot of copper roofing, copper finishing on 30s roofs. Don't know why, but it's just a thing. And you can see the kind of green coming down. Anyway, another thing is EPDM. So there, I don't know if you can see that clearly, but it's this kind of rubbery surface, rubbery stuff. It's quite cheap, relatively speaking. I think it's about 10, 15 pounds a square meter, something like that. We've got it on our flat roof on our extension, and it's very good. It's very good at dealing with a lot of sun and also cold because it's flexible. It's a rubbery surface, and therefore it shrinks and expands and whatever. It's really good like that. Whereas felt with tar on it, this grey stuff or green stuff as it sometimes comes in, will degrade within 7 years or so, and then you have to re-roof. And the issue with this is that if it leaks, then you've got to deal with the repairs for the leak. It's just better to do to roof using this black EPDM stuff. It's just way better if you've got a flat roof. It's so much more reliable. Now, brickwork, I generally find that if a property is pre-1900, you got to watch out for the brickwork. And it's quite easy to spot bad brickwork. It's all over the place like this. It's kind of matte finished, and often you get like shadowing here where it needs new mortar. And as a general rule, I prefer not to consider those kind of properties. And I'm always looking for brick quality because, as I said, if the quality is good, then the fundamentals of the house are good. So this one here, for example, which we were looking at earlier, this house with the thin mortar joints and so on, nice, good property from that point of view. After all, if you have to replace the bricks in the house, then you have to replace the house. So here's another example of brickwork that's basically sound. Good even bricks, nice enough quality, mortar everywhere, all nice. Just got to fix that gutter. Anyway, it's worth paying attention to these things. So here's an example of less good bricks, better bricks. On the left, we've got just older bricks, which are a bit shabby. And also this is a solid brick wall, and this is a cavity. Cavity brick walls are obviously more thermally efficient because you've got one brick layer and then you've got an air gap and then you've got another brick layer. Whereas solid walls are just difficult when it comes to thermal efficiency because the cold just works its way through. And also, as I said, if brick quality is inferior, then essentially the fundamentals of the house aren't great. I talk about this quite a lot, the idea of fundamentals and so on. Now, oops, I didn't update that, but we had a look at this earlier. I'll just go back to this damp moisture thing because we did talk about it quite early on. And broadly, it's an issue. Be aware of it. And whenever you're looking around interiors, you'll see it because they'll be kind of shadowing. Or classic is that the wallpaper starts to peel in certain places, like up in the corners of rooms or down near the floor, that kind of thing. So just be aware of that, and then you'll know, okay, there's issues there. This is something I've got to tidy up for my Udemy course. All right, this is a good example of a step crack that you know that is an issue. And we talked about this earlier, and Cozy Homes have an interesting article about this, but broadly, it's not that there's a crack in the wall that's the problem. So here, for example, I used Google Street View to look at the property in the past, and there was a big old crack above the window, and I thought, that's not good. And when I looked at the more recent Street View, I could see something wasn't quite right, and therefore I reaffirmed, looked into that, and I could see that there was a big crack. If it's this kind of size, this is a problem because the structure of the property is under risk. My issue with this is that if you were to fix this properly, you take the window out, that's fine. But you've got to support this arch somehow so it doesn't fall down because the window is basically holding this arch up. And then you've got to hold the thing up with scaffolding and do whatever you've got to do, and then you've got to redo the whole lot. And you've got gravity doing its part. And what if there's fundamental weaknesses with this property? The whole front of the building could come down, and then you're in real trouble. Condensation on double glazing is a big one, and it's just it's easy to spot. Not necessarily from the estate agency pictures, but you're just looking for this misting. It's not pleasant, but these things are fairly easy to sort out. In double glazing units, you can pop out the trim at the back, and then you just pull out the window and then put another window in. And the windows themselves, like £250, something like that. They're not really that expensive. The problem is getting the glazier to come in and do the window because it's just for them it's a small job and they've got other things they could do to make more money, etc. It's almost like a DIY job if you're that brave. But anyway, it's just another job to do, quite easy to sort out. And we've talked about this earlier, the plaster and plasterboard, but the trick is, again, I keep talking about tricks, don't I? Just watch out for the straight lines, then you know it's plasterboard. This is very badly done plasterboard here. This is old cornicing. Again, the rule is that modern renovations very rarely have fancy cornicing, unless it's a very fancy house. Typically, they just go back to this kind of bare look, or they put in the cheap cornicing. For kitchens, again, it's quite an easy thing to identify. 70s kitchens, 70s style, you often had gas hobs with gas cookers like this. Then 80s, 90s would be this. Now, quite often, 90s kitchens had MDF or fiberboard, and then they would have a shrink wrap veneer over them, like a plastic shrink wrap veneer. Not very nice. Modern kitchens tend to not do that. They have more slick looks like this, they're kind of minimalist handles and so on. But they would also have lacquer, much more like lacquered surfaces and so on for the kitchens. And also, typically modern kitchens don't have gas. They would have induction hobs. If you're a buy-to-let landlord, get rid of the gas, have the induction because gas is dangerous. If you're an owner occupier and you've got children, gas is fire, gas kills, get rid of the gas. Then we have bathrooms, and it's the same old, same old. You can kind of see, so here we've got a power shower. That's usually a bad sign for a house. It just means that the water pressure isn't particularly good and the boiler is old because it would be because it's just easier to do this localized heating. So the way these work is you have electricity going in there. It's got a little heater in it. It's got a little pump, and then sucks the water through, pumps it out hot, and then you got your shower. Generally, they're not very good. And here we've got water from the boiler, fine. So you put on the heating, kicks the boiler off, heats the water as you go, get hot water, and also you generally have more high water pressure. This would be a 90s, 80s, 90s bathroom. That's probably a more modern unit. You can kind of tell older plastic tends to go this kind of bay a magnolia color. And then more modern fittings often tend to be made of metal. And then the really more modern ones have mixers. So here there's no mixers. Here it's just two separate taps. You can tell the bath panel is a bit old looking. So this is probably 30 years old. And then this one more modern with the fancy bath panel, the mixers and all of that good stuff. So again, it's just having a look at this stuff. And one of the issues with bathrooms, I talk about issues a lot, don't I? One of the things about bathrooms is they're not that expensive to redo. Maybe £2,000 to £3,000 to redo it, but the cost is really in the tiling and the multiple trades and so on. And therefore, if you can get away with it, fresh bathroom suite, nice. Fresh tiling, expensive and troublesome. Because the rule is as well, the fewer trades you need to do your property, the easier your property will be to renovate. Because there's so much demand for tradespeople these days, it's just expensive to do. Now, by the way, on these, if you're checking out the property stuff, I've got this price your job thing. It's quite helpful for giving you an idea of costs for renovating things. And I've linked to these in a load of these slides, which you might find helpful. So where are we? Okay, bathrooms and links to things like what it costs. You know if a property's had a big renovation, like a period house has had a big renovation in the 1970s, because typically they have these kind of staircases, which are compliant back in that day, but today not compliant. And therefore, modern staircases, oddly enough, look more old-fashioned. And the rule is that you mustn't be able to fit a sphere of more than 100 millimeters through a gap. In other words, a baby's head. With these 70s stairs, you can imagine a baby just mucking around and then sticks his head through, gets caught, tumbles, and you've got a dead baby on your hands, and that just is unacceptable. So got to, if you're looking to buy a family home, just it's so important to cover off these kind of risks in the home. And one of them is that if you have a staircase that doesn't meet building regs, sort it out. Just cover it up. Now, loft conversions are a big topic. In short, you get a lot of these loft rooms in the north of England. They are where people have small footprints. They want to expand the property a little bit. And what they do is they build into the loft and they have a staircase into the loft or whatever. So in our house, which is a reasonably big house, but we have a loft room and it's just a den for the children to play. It's not a proper habitable room. It's really for storage. And as a rule, if the estate agent says loft room, it does not have necessary building regulations to be treated as a bedroom. But owner occupiers often ignore that and they just put a bed up there and that's what they do. And therefore, these properties get a bit of a premium because of that, but they're not proper loft conversions. A loft conversion needs a fire safety, a door basically to control fire risk. It needs a proper stairs. The stairs has to meet certain building regulations on its incline, can't be too steep basically. And so you need a certain amount of footprint, let's say, to be able to do this properly. And that's why most loft rooms they're okay. They're just a bit sketchy, to use a word. And as a general thing, if you're doing a full loft conversion, it's 15 it's 15 grand up because you've got to get a load of structural stuff. The floor has to be strong enough to take a certain amount of weight and so on. And as a rule, if a property has a loft room, that's fine, But what I would always do is look very carefully at the pictures of the bedrooms and see if the ceilings are cracked, or if there've been a lot of repairs on the ceilings to see if they've been cracked. Because if they have, then you know that the roof, the joists are not strong enough to really bear any weight, and that makes that room kind of not so useful. But it's not an issue for most houses. It's just a thing you find in a lot of terraced houses in the north. Anyway, if you've got a loft conversion, great. The estate agent will say 3 bedrooms or whatever, they'll show it in the floor plan. But as a general rule, if it's not a building regs compliant room, they're not going to show it on the floor plan because it can't be considered as actual usable space. And you often don't discover this, in fact, from the state agency particulars. Sometimes they'll show it as a loft room, whatever, but it's a real judgment call on whether it's useful or not. Now, boilers, old boilers, less good, more modern boilers, better. The way you can tell if a boiler needs changing is look at the EPC. It's quite difficult to judge what boiler is what. And like, how would you know that that's a condensing boiler or just an old boiler? You wouldn't. But the EPC assessors are quite good at this stuff because boilers are such an important part of purchasing a property, or they're such an important part around not per, around thermal efficiency. So if you want to know about the boiler, have a read about boilers, but actually just check the EPC. And if they say it needs a new boiler, well, there you go. They did it. They did the legwork for you, and you don't have to check. And also, estate agency pictures are not going to show you pictures of boilers. Therefore, you got to look at the EPC. But if you physically view the boiler, you can see if it's old or not. But quite often, old boilers are just fine. It's just which boiler, I don't know. Um, Look at the EPC, and that'll tell you whether it needs to be upgraded or not. We talked about this earlier, fuse boards. It's such a big topic, but generally it's £500 to £600 to replace the board, but that's not the real cost. The real cost is replacing the wiring if the wiring can't handle the modern board, and then you're into thousands, plus all the disruption, plus all the hacked plaster work, plus all the dirt. So think very carefully about it before you jump. And that's why I always look at where the plug sockets are placed. And broadly, within reason, the higher the plug socket, the better, because I know it's more modern wiring. And it's just one less headache to think about. And as a rule, a general thing, if I'm doing condition assessment for buy to let anyway, for you as an owner occupier, same kind of story. If a property looks like it's a wreck, but the fundamentals are very good, then great. The expensive stuff is done. You don't have to do that again. And then it's just painting and decorating. And if you're not really that clued up, you might not work it out. And that's where you have a competitive advantage. Okay, laminate flooring. Laminate flooring is a funny one. Now, I work with contractors all the time because we have lots of contracting jobs. I think we've got 20 that are being worked on at the moment. So we've got a pipeline of 20, should I say. I think we've got about 6 or 7 renovation jobs at the moment. So this is where clients buy properties with our help. They need renovation because every property more or less does need renovation. And if it doesn't need renovation, you probably pay a lot of extra money for the property. So you compromise by paying extra. Anyway, the thing with um, the renovation market is just huge demand, and there's a lot of price increasing with materials. And one thing that's gone up a lot is laminate flooring. So it was 12 to 15 pounds a meter when I did this, but actually talking to a few of our different contractors, I think we're looking at like 15 to 25 pounds for cheap laminate flooring. Anyway, trick with laminate flooring is if it's very smooth, like the joins are very smooth, that's cheap flooring. And if you can see little grooves, I don't have it here, I don't have a picture here, but if you can see little shadow grooves between the flooring, it's generally a better flooring. It's all in these little details. So you can kind of work that out from the estate agency pictures, even though they're quite low res. You'll be able to see little kind of lines between the boards, and then you know, okay, that's better laminate flooring, that's good. And if it bubbles up, that's bad. You probably won't see that from the estate agency pics, but if you have a 360 walkthrough or a 3D walkthrough, yes, you can. On the whole, laminate flooring will last you about 15 years before it needs replacing. And the problem is that if you have an area of flooring that's gone, because it's all tongue and groove together, it kind of clips together. Taking out one section is a real pain because you basically can't. So you then have to rip it out. And, it's just hassle. You can try and fix it, but it's just this cheap stuff, unpleasant. Now, another question is carpets. Like, does the carpet need replacing or not? And on the whole, whenever I look for carpets, carpet quality, I look for kind of smooth finishes of carpet. So there's either like thin pile carpet, bad, medium pile carpet, which should be so thick, like 15, 20 millimeters. And then you can kind of tell if there are nice undulations in the carpet and it's kind of squidges around where the doors are, because then it shows it's got underlay. Again, so many little things. Um, but broadly, you can tell the quality of a carpet and how fresh it is, how new it is, by whether there is um, whether there by the doors, whether you see a little curve down, because then it shows that the underlay behind it, under the carpet's nice and squidgy and doing its thing, and therefore that's a carpet in decent condition. The other thing to be aware of is just cleaning a carpet. Now, wet cleaning, this fine, it comes up, but where you're not going to win is when you have threadbare. So here, this door, it's probably difficult to see, but this carpet's gone, and I would recarpet because whilst it's clean, it's basically done for, because you can't clean threadbare carpet, i.e. if the carpet's kind of ripping and all of that, then it's a problem. Now, knotweed is an issue. It's quite a big one. Mm, It's not that common, thankfully, but insurers and mortgage providers get really upset when there's knotweed around. The the I've only come across one property um, which had knotweed risk, and it was a house near a large road, and there was knotweed about 40 meters from it, and it was being treated. But the reason it's such a problem is because it's really difficult to kill it. Takes years, so you have specialists who treat this stuff, and you have to keep poisoning it, but it has really large root systems, and those root systems can get under a house and they can expand or do whatever, and therefore they can cause subsidence, and then you got a problem. And knotweed grows so aggressively that it's a real problem, a real risk. It's a bit like bamboo. If you have bamboo in a garden, it's probably a bad idea. But knotweed, really not good. So it's very important to just watch out for it. It's a rare issue, and therefore, typically, I wouldn't worry about it. Grounds and garden, so much depends on whether you like maintaining things or not. Looking at all of this, like this verdigris, the green, jet washing will bring that up and make it feel really nice and fresh and modern again. And therefore, if you don't have a jet wash, you can hire a contractor. They're probably £200 to just jet wash everything, clean it up, make it nice and bright and shiny again. It's just a garden, nothing much to say. The fence panels are okay. That's all good. If you're in a house where you're in a row of houses or something, then you will have responsibility over one of the sides of this side. So you can tell from the floor plans, which you can see if you download the title deeds. You can get plans. Yeah, you can get plans for the house if you're really interested. It's £3. You pay for it. And you can just see which side of the building is your responsibility. Now, trees are a thing, and a bit like knotweed, there's risk and there's like so there's risk, there's serious risk. Risk, you've got a big tree in your garden and big tall tree and it falls over, smashes into your house. Risk. The other kind of risk that's reasonably serious is when you have a tree really close up to the house, you've got a root system building out around the place, and let's say you kill off the tree. Well, the root system, a couple of things are going to happen. One is the root system shrinks and dies. Therefore, you could have a void and therefore you have some subsidence. The other risk is when you have a drought and the water is sucked up by the tree and again causes subsidence, and that's a problem. This is a house that somebody was interested in, and one of our clients, and I said, yeah, it's an outlier risk, but the tree is close by, and the issue is it's structural, and there will be another house you can buy. So why would you take that risk with that property, with that structural risk, when you don't need to? Let somebody else have the risk. Therefore, I would avoid properties with trees very nearby, or big trees. Small trees, not a problem. Make sure you just cut them down so they don't become big trees. This property, they didn't sort it out. There probably isn't a structural issue, because if there was, they would have cut the tree down. But then, dead tree, roots die off, things shift, problem. All right. So that's that section. There's an awful lot more on this. It's such a big topic. But I think as a general rule, when you're assessing condition, the it's all to do with pulling together different signals which then give you a greater or lesser probability of risk with the property. And on the basis of there are lots of properties for sale constantly, then unless there's something very special about a property in bad condition, maybe you can get it for a good price. But what I'm seeing at the moment in desirable areas is that properties in poor condition go for high prices, and the risk of all that renovation work, i.e., actually getting contractors you can trust to do a good job, to do it on time, on budget, etc. It's a lot of risk. And do you really want to take that? And what seems to be going on in the market that I see at this current phase, which is the boom phase, is that properties with in poor condition are only worth the extra that you put in renovation. In other words, it's on the market for 170, it needs 200, it needs 100 in it, or sorry, 30,000 in it. And then you might sell it for 200 to 210. So you're not getting much gain for an awful lot of risk. And it just seems to me like a bad equation. And the way to get over that risk, as I said, is to be very clear uh, about what condition issues there are which are high risk versus low risk ones. And in general, if the market is soft in an area, like there's less competition, it's not such a desirable area, well then fine. You and if you can get access to tradespeople. So good time to buy these kind of properties, believe it or not, is after a property crash, because then there will be a few motivated sellers. They're willing to sell the property at a deep discount because they're desperate. And I know it's a bit predatory, but this is how markets work. And then you can put the work in to renovate it, and you get it cheap enough to make it all work, essentially. And then you de-risk the property for potential future buyer. But for you, you can then refinance at a much higher level, and great, you reduce the amount of cash you put in the property. And therefore, sometimes condition is worth working on, or poor condition is worth banking or taking a risk on. But on the whole, I would be careful with it. Okay, then let's move on to the next section. Okay, we are now going to get into the the whole thing of best layout, best floor plan, and so on. It's quite a big topic in a way, and for me, I'm quite good with spatial stuff, but I still get a bit stuck on this one. And as a general rule, I kind of know the layouts I like, but the main principles are that if you use space well, then you don't need so much space. And modern properties tend to be smaller, but the space is better organized, and therefore it's just a nicer place to live in. Whereas Victorian houses, less good. So we'll look at some floor plans in a minute. And the other rule of thumb is just because, for example, a property has an extension at the back doesn't mean that it's better. If the space can't be used well, then that's certainly not better, it's worse. So it's important to discriminate or to be aware of the usability of floor space. And if you do get into reconfiguring floor plans, then if it's structural that gets involved, that's a problem, and we'll have a look at a bit of that in a minute. And as I say, extensions, just because it's bigger doesn't really help necessarily. Here's an example of a new build versus old build. And you can see here that originally this would probably have been a separate wall. There would have been an entrance here, and then you'd have a separate living room, separate dining room, then kitchen separately. So everything kind of separate. Whereas a modern build, quite often you'll have a family room. You'll have a downstairs lavatory. Now, this is a thing with modern houses, that many more lavatories all over the place. But anyway, the main thing you're looking at here is that you've got the big open space. Now, quite often in apartments, you just have one big old room, which is lovely. And in a lot of modern houses, let's say in our house where I live, we have a big family area, and then we have the extension. We've got a light well here, and then we've got a kitchen over here, a seating area here, and so on. So it's just modern houses are just better designed for modern living. And I think people don't like the way these older floor plans are all kind of separate and kind of squidged in. Another thing to think about is just kitchens and how they're designed. And there's this magic thing about the magic triangle, like the things that you care about, the kitchen, the fridge, the hob, how they all work together. And imagine if you have, for example, in this case, you've got kitchen, fridge, hob all together in a kind of triangle. But imagine you have sink, fridge all the way down here, hob in the corner. That would really wouldn't work. Generally, kitchens are designed by people who know what they're looking at. But if you're conscious of this, the the idea of the magic triangle, then it'll help you work out whether a kitchen is optimally designed or not. Another one is the bathroom, and uh, quite often in terraced houses, there isn't actually space for a bath, and quite often they just have a shower cubicle. And so the compromise, no baths, but you get a shower. I think that's an okay compromise if you've got a small footprint. For example, if you have to compromise and say, right, smaller bathroom, but bigger bedroom, so that the bedroom can be a double, but the bathroom is tight and it's only got a shower cubicle and a small basin and a lavatory, well, okay, I would take the bigger bedroom. Sorry. Here's an example of something you may see quite often, especially in three bed semis. That is where the bedroom is compromised in do we have a thing here? Let's just see. Quite often, if it says video, it might be a 3D walkthrough. But let's see if we can find a picture of this bedroom. This is why I picked it out. Yeah, here we go. All right. The problem with this is you see this is elevated. There's a reason. And it's because the estate agent doesn't want to show you the bad stuff underneath, which is that in order to make this bedroom viable, to make it a bedroom, the staircase going up here has to have a certain amount of headroom, and to get that headroom, they have a boxed off area here, which then means you can't fit a full length single bed in this corner here. If you can see my, uh, you can't fit a full length bedroom bed in here because you've got this boxed off area. It's really annoying, and the way they get over the problem quite often is that you have an elevated bed and then it can go up against the wall so it sits above the boxing. It's just a thing with three bed semis that you should know about. Here we have the Google Maps doing its magic again, and if a load of houses around the area have extensions, well, that tells you a lot. It tells you people like being there, that they'll invest in it, and that it's desirable enough to warrant extending. And then that's great. So if the house that you're interested in doesn't have an extension or a poor extension, well, great. You may be able to extend and make the property nicer. But again, it's this thing about the layout. If the floor plan doesn't really work, then what's the point of doing the extension? For buy to let investing, generally it's not a good idea to try and do an extension because you will never really see the money back in rental gain. And I think for most of the time, owner occupiers do it because they fall in love with the area and they really want the extra space, so they take the plunge and do it. And therefore that's the thing. Now I could talk about floor planning in much more detail, but I haven't, but I should maybe in the future. The main point about this is always look at the floor plans if you can find them. Just be very aware of how space is being used. So classic is Victorian house. Now, what I'll do, in fact, is I'll pause. I'll get you a floor plan of a Victorian house. Here's a Victorian house, typical floor plan. And if you can see, you've got a front room, fine. And then you've got a back room, and then you've got the kitchen off that. Now, the problem occurs when you have a mid-sized Victorian house and you've got a corridor running down here, and then you've got access to a kitchen. So I lived with my wife and I. We lived in such a house, and this back room was never very functional, and typically it was closed off to the rear garden and whatever, and it just didn't work very well. This property has overcome a lot of these issues, and I think we looked at this earlier. So a nice front room, nice. And then you can see here they've got the double doors to the garden, which is very nicely done. And they've made this into a more usable space. But still, it's it's disconnected from the kitchen. It's kind of like a formal dining area. How often do you formally sit at a table? In other words, it's not utilized as much as it could be. And I think if one was making a compromise, now with this property, you've got the staircase up here in the middle, but with this property, it would probably be better to have a larger um, front room, larger living room with like different kind of areas, and have a dining table. It would be more space efficient and more pleasant. But anyway, it is what it is. So this property compromises because there's no hallway as such. You come straight in from the outside here, and therefore you get dirty flooring and all this. But anyway, the the main points about the flooring layouts and so on are that, if I go back here, are that it more is not more. Bigger footprint, not necessarily better. And as I said, a lot of these Victorian properties, they may have decent footage, but a large proportion of it is just not usable. And also because of the floor plan, you end up compromising on bathroom space, and but it just on it goes. Whereas three-bedroom semi-detached houses typically have a better floor plan that's just more optimal. And then more modern houses have the much bigger downstairs open space rooms and are just better for modern living, like this more modern build here. And also, typically, upstairs bedrooms are better designed as well. So, whilst the bedrooms are smaller, they're proportioned slightly better, and therefore they're just more space optimal. And quite often, they'll have an ensuite bathroom or something like that, and a family bathroom, depending on the size of the property. Finally, garden layout. Yeah, it just it is what it is. I suppose the only thing I would really look for with gardens are the whether they're overlooked, whether they are whether they get a lot of sunlight. A good way to tell is if you have paving slabs and there's a lot of moss and so on, generally they won't get a lot of sunlight. So the garden is if the light if the garden's facing south, as a general rule, that's good, as long as you don't have trees blocking the light from there. And again, just look on Google Earth and you can very quickly work it out and you'll know, is it facing the right way? Is it north, south, whatever? Okay, so to recap on this section, as I've said a few times now, more is not more necessarily. Well used is better, and that's where you can get a gain. So houses tend to be valued against the floor area, but there are loads of exceptions to this idea. So, for example, in places like Crewe, we see lots of big old Victorian properties that are big, 4 bedrooms, 160 square meters, that kind of thing, which is sizable, relatively speaking. And they have loads of space, but actually, in a weird way, it's too much space. So, there is a perfect amount of space for a house, and there's the perfect layout for a house. And a lot of that is just how you see yourself living in the place, what kind of lifestyle you have, and what kind of things you want, whether you need a home office and all of that kind of stuff. And as I said, oh yeah, and the other thing to say is that properties from the 1970s onwards started to adopt this Scandinavian open plan, bright space look and feel. Generally, interiors of 70s properties are quite pleasant. It's the exteriors which suffer. And then moving on, you know, properties become more and more friendly to modern living. All right, then. So that's that. I think we're nearly there. We've got a couple of sections to go, so let's push on and get on with it. In this section, I'm going to talk about estate agents who I deal with all the time. And you may think that I just get very tired of estate agents, but actually, I quite like dealing with them. And there's a few reasons for that. The main thing with estate agents is, as much as you may find them tedious, they know what they're doing. And their job is to sell the property from the owner. Their job is to hustle, get the property sold. So they're not on your side. That's the first thing to remember as a general principle. They're doing their job, and actually, on the whole, they do a decent job. So they act as a middle person. They kind of keep things in check and keep things moving along. If you're an investor, estate agents are generally better to deal with than, say, purple bricks properties, i.e., properties which are sold where the vendor gets very involved and the seller does the viewings and all of that. If you're an owner occupier, you can get a lot of advantage if you're doing the viewings and it's a purple bricks property or Yopa or Strike or any of those ones where the actual seller does the viewings. And there's a simple reason: sentiment. The the vendor is just not used to selling a property typically. I mean, how many times do you sell a property in your lifetime? Not that many. And therefore, they're much more open to sentimental stories like, oh, I love this house. It's so beautiful. You know, the wife gets chatting to the vendor. Let's say the seller is a couple and there's the wife and she's doing the viewings, and then you go along with your wife, or if you're the wife, and you talk, you like the property, so you're like chatting up the owner, and oh, it's so beautiful. You've done this so nicely. Oh, I could just imagine living here. You know, my kids, they love this area and we want to go to the local school and blah blah blah. Anyway, what I find is that as an investor buying buy to let property on behalf of clients, these kind of properties where the vendor is doing the viewings, it's just difficult. And I find that the estate agents are just easier to deal with. They're professionals and they know that the best thing for the client, for their client, is to sell to an investor, for example, because maybe the investor has got loads of money and they can just buy the property and there's no messing around. They would then prioritize and say, well, look, I think you should sell to the investor, not the owner occupier on a 95% mortgage who's just got a new job. That's probably a less good idea, because what if the job falls through and the mortgage falls through and all this kind of stuff. So estate agents are good at spotting who is proceedable, who is not. But if you're on the other side of the equation, and let's say you're an owner occupier, you know, I would bias my search towards Purple Brick, Strike, Yopa, and a lot of these hybrid estate agents. Anyway, in on the whole, if you are dealing with an estate agent, they are busy, but they're not particularly knowledgeable. What they are knowledgeable on is what makes them survive, which, i.e., keeping their job, which is to get the sale closed. So they might not know a whole lot about property. And as a general rule, the more you know, the more into the rabbit hole you go, and the less likely you are to get the sale. So, in my experience, estate agents may know quite a lot about properties in question, but they're not going to talk about it. Because once you start talking about problems, then the momentum just dies off and is like, ugh. And that's why you've got to do your due diligence, know what the issues are, and by the time you get to talk to the agent, you know exactly what's going on, and therefore they're not going to mess you around. But they won't even know most of the time. So it's like they're busy, they don't really want to talk to you, and you mustn't waste their time, and just keep it short and sweet. So there's certain questions you must always ask, and we'll get into that in a minute. But as a whole, what I see with popular properties is they do the viewings, they turn up on time, which is great. So they're more reliable than Purple Bricks or these other people, because vendors don't understand how much logistics gets involved with doing viewings. And in my experience, when they say they'll be there, they'll be there. So you be there too, as it were. Don't mess them around, because they'll remember and they won't love you for it. So be reliable. If you if My advice with viewings is to use services like Viewer, which I think I talk about later. Let me just double check and make sure that I am, because if I am, I'm not. Okay, I'll just talk about that now because it's actually quite important. This is one of the biggest time-saving things you can do. Now, Viewer is a service we use all the time, and if you are planning on viewing a lot of properties, and let's say you're a professional, you're an investor, you should definitely sign up with Viewer. The way they work is that you book in a viewing, costs £45. Somebody turns up, they do a video assessment. They kind of know what they're doing, because a lot of these people have seen hundreds of properties. And then you review what they've done, and then you can tell whether it's worth considering or not. The other big thing about Viewer, though, is that if you book the viewing, it's in your name, and therefore if you do really seriously consider the property, you can say, yes, I've viewed, because your representative has viewed and you've given them power of attorney to judge the property on your behalf, which is really helpful. And therefore that's a secret tip. And if you're in the investment business, this is a huge time saver. So we do hundreds of viewings with Viewer. Uh, And really, we wouldn't have much of a business without them. We had a period where we had our own people doing the viewings, but it was so much messing about. This way, we can do viewings anywhere in the country. Viewing and for buy to let property, it's great. If you're an owner occupier, you really do need to see the property for yourself. But what you can do is you can just save yourself a lot of messing around. If you want to buy in a different area to where you live, this will save you a lot of driving because you book into Vuber. So you apply to become have an account, and then see if they'll offer you a viewing, or offer you the service. They may or may not. I don't know. We are on their system, so yeah, because we're professionals, I guess. But anyway, if you're an investor, you should be able to. And if you're a property owner, an owner occupier, I guess if you say you're an investor, then they'll let you use it. But in any event, this is so helpful. As an owner occupier, it saves you loads of time. If you live quite far away and you want to move for job reasons or whatever, then you can book in Viewbird. They do the viewing. You can check the property out, see if there are any issues, see what's going on, and then you'll kind of know whether it's worth a second viewing. If so, great, do your thing. You can also make a provisional offer because it becomes a viewing where it's not a blind viewing. So if it's a blind viewing, i.e. you haven't physically seen it or you haven't had a representative present looking at the property on your behalf, then they don't really consider the offer. So it's got to be a viewing. And this is how you get around the problem of not traveling around the country to do viewings. It's really useful. Anyway, right, that's Vuber. It's so good. And let's get back into this. So as I said earlier, they're just doing their job. And so don't hate on estate agents. It's caveat emptor. You do your homework. And if you do your homework, then you'll be in a stronger position than other people. But again, the trick is lots of tricks. The whole thing is practice, practice, practice. So you get a framework, which is what I'm teaching you now. And once you got the framework in place, you got the tabs, you got the websites and all of that, then it becomes really easy to quickly scan through properties that come through because you set up property alerts on Rightmove and whatever, and on the market and Zoopla. And once you've set all those up, then it's just you get practiced. You kind of know the housing stock in an area. You know what you're in for roughly. Just bang, bang, bang through the condition pictures. Just check the area, make sure it's in a decent spot, and then you're done. If there's something that triggers that you go, I'm not quite sure about that, go in deeper. The point is, you do your due diligence. Don't ask the agent for due diligence on the property because they're not on your side. So don't waste their time because they don't have much of it. They're always hustling. And the other thing that's odd about estate agents, having dealt with them for quite a long time repeatedly, is people think they're really manipulative and whatever. They're not really. Most estate agents are just regular people doing their job. They're not they're not like super brains or anything like that. What I find is that the agents who try to be clever and manipulative, you can tell them a mile away. A good agent is never going to try and mess with your mind because actually the property sells itself. What they typically do if it's slow selling property, well, you'll know because you've already done your due diligence. You know it's slow selling because you've seen it's on the market for ages. So you can already kind of enter the frame with some caution. Um, they just try and say nice things about the property. Oh, it's in a beautiful road, blah, blah, blah. But you've done your due diligence. You know your demographics. You know it's not in a good road. So you can just cut the bullshit, as it were, very quickly with them in a nice, friendly way. But once they know you've done their homework, they're going to shut up because if they start going down a road of bullshit, as it were, then they're just digging themselves a hole and it gets deeper and deeper and deeper, and that's bad for them. And that leads me into the codes of practice. They have to follow codes of practice, and the Ombudsman one is one to look at, and you should read it because I think it'll help you. It'll help you understand the rules they play by and why they don't reveal certain information. Like the classic one is, what's the highest offer? Well, they're not going to tell you because they have to keep it fair, but also they 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 have to keep it fair, actually, because there are lots of parties. They don't know who's going to win. And so there are certain questions which I've learned to ask, which are very helpful. And I'm going to talk you through those in a minute. But anyway, it's just to say it's worth reading the codes of practice so you understand the rules they play by. And then you don't have to push the wire and just mess around with these rules. Another thing that I find with agents is that yeah, so they can't be misleading. And a great way, just to reiterate, a great way to not be misleading is just not to say. And the best way is just not to know. And that's why what I've noticed is that the valuer is very separate from the rest of the team. A valuer is one person that drives around all the time looking at properties, but most agents just work in a pool, they pick up the phone, they do the viewings, etc., etc. They're not really that interested in the detail because the more they know, the more trouble they can have. Because imagine you've got an agent, you buy a house, there's an issue with it, whatever, and you want to go and sue somebody. If the agent says, I never knew, I'm sorry, I never knew, and truthfully never knew because they never wanted to look, well, how could you sue the agent? Because they never knew. It was up to you. Carpe diem, right? Not carpe diem, caveat emptor. Um, so it's just important to remember that. Now, the other thing is chipping the price. Now, this is Uh, I don't really talk. Oh yeah, okay. We'll talk about that in a minute on making the offer and how that works. As I said, they're not going to lie. Genuinely, estate agents don't lie. They just don't say much. They just don't volunteer a whole lot. And if you start asking them loads of questions, they don't know the answer. And then you have to get the valuer involved and all of that. And ultimately, it's just time they don't want to spend on you because how do they know you're the one with the money that's going to buy the property? They don't. And therefore, they're not going to bank on you being that person they invest all that effort into. So, again, due diligence, do it yourself. What they are good at, though, is what I call hustling and squeezing. And that's where they create this artificial deadline where they get the viewings in, then they do the phone call around, like, what do you think? What do you think? Etc. And they try and get as many offers on the table as they possibly can because they want to give the impression that there's loads of activity, but quite often it's hard to get offers out of people because people might not like the property. And that's a clue on a critical metric. We'll talk about the hustle and squeeze. Anyway, then what they do is they set up a deadline and they go, right, we've got to close the sale today. It's really, and everyone's all flustered and they haven't done their due diligence. They don't quite know. And then they start to get into fear of missing out. And then they make offers that they maybe not make. Now, that's one version of a sale. So the different ways they close the sale. But in a hot market, it's just get the viewings in, bustle everyone together, set up a deadline, and then push, and then people get flustered, and then they make silly offers, and then they get an auction environment. People get fear of missing out, and then when it's all over, they might have a bit of buyer's remorse, but you know what? They got the property, so they'll move on. So that's how they squeeze in a little extra out of the marketplace. But if it's a cool market, they just try and get the viewings, try and persuade people that it's a lovely house, all of that. Just be positive about the place. But again, you will have done your due diligence. You know exactly what's going on, so you don't have to roll with that game and uh, believe what they say. Again, they're not going to lie, but they'll just amplify the positives. Look at how close it is to the park, etc. But they don't talk about the railway just behind. Anyway, the upshot is that markets are pretty efficient overall, and they usually find their levels one way or the other. And the market is quite good at fee, like weeding out the bad properties that are just excessively compromised or excessively overpriced because they hang around a long time. And in general, you'll get to know what the right prices are for the area that you're interested in. For me, I've got a team working with me. We do this at quite a large scale. We use a lot of systems and number crunching and that kind of thing to work out our numbers. But for you, you'll pick out certain areas of interest and you'll just keep seeing properties come through, and you'll get a sense of what the right price should be just by doing the legwork, the desktop legwork. And with agents, the ones that I really like are really good problem solvers. they they're approachable, they're straightforward, there's no messing around, they understand that you understand, and they're not going to try and manipulate things. The ones that are really bad are the ones who like will say, well, there's huge demand and huge interest on this, when plainly there isn't, because the property's been hanging around 6 months and it's had a discount and whatever, and then they just say, "Oh, it's done. So popular. We're getting lots of viewings. You must view quickly. It's going to go." Just like, please. So uh, just be aware of those people and avoid them. Try and deal with somebody else in that estate agency office if you get them. Okay, now we're into making the offer. Oh yeah, let's go back one step before I finish that. You got the idea. Estate agencies are generally there for a good reason. They're generally less clever and tricky than you might think. They get often maligned, but they do sell houses. That's why they exist. They're very different to the hybrid agencies like Purple Bricks, people like that. As I said, if you're an investor, the hybrid agencies are probably worth avoiding. If you're an owner occupier, they are probably worth leaning into if you can get involved and do the viewings yourself and chat up the owner and all of that. So there's a lot of like persuasiveness stuff you can do. And if you really care about that, then go and look online and watch some videos about how to be instantly likable and all that. It's just tricks and so on. But owner occupiers are very swayed by sentiment, and you can use that to your advantage. I know it sounds a bit predatory or whatever, but if you are genuine and you need a new home to live in and it's the home you love, the owner occupier will often upweight you if all things are equal. In other words, if there's some foreigner whatever, and then there's you and you're the foreigner that the owner doesn't like, the whatever, people are biased, so you can use that in your favor or accept that it's going to be used against you, one or the other. Let's move on to the final section, which is making the offer. The big principle is that the price of the property is very driven by where in the property cycle you are. We talked about that at the beginning. It's a big topic. It's an incredibly important one. And understanding the fundamentals. So at this stage in the cycle, it's probably a very good idea to be a homeowner. We've got high inflation, continued high inflation coming, low interest rates. You can fix the interest rates for years. And if inflation does its magic, you can afford to bid high because you know that the mortgage is going to go down relative to your wages. In other words, your wages will go up because it goes up with inflation. Mortgages relatively declines relative to your income. And that's a good thing. So therefore, know where you are in the cycle and bid accordingly. And at the moment, in my opinion, I'm not saying it's financial advice for you. Go and talk to somebody who's a qualified financial blah 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 advisor, etc. But I'm just saying, if I look at the numbers, it makes sense to me to be geared up with a lot of mortgage finance if I've got a solid job that's not going to collapse in a downturn. Get a fixed interest rate thing and off you go. And that then drives how I'm bidding for property. The next thing is, if you're offer based on your strengths. If you're good with renovations, you can offer high because that's a property you can deal with and sort out. If you're bad with renovations, but you've got a good income and you can get a big mortgage and you've got some spare cash in case you get a down valuation on the property, this is where you might have bid 250,000, but the mortgage valuer says, no, you know, it's only worth £235,000. You might have to find a bit of extra cash somewhere to top up the mortgage that you're taking. And that's a classic. But again, know where your strengths are. If you've got the cash and if you can bid high, but you're bad on renovations, well, go and look for properties that are in good condition. Find the property that's right for you. Now, with offering, generally, in my experience, again, dealing with the estate agents, if there are outlier offers, like you got a mortgage, you're buying on a mortgage, and you offer some ridiculously high amount that's like, let's say um, the price is marketed at £250,000. Typically, in a hot market, properties will go for 5 to 10% above that. Therefore, it's say up to £25,000 extra. So £275,000, £280,000, that kind of thing that properties are being sold for. Then if you make an offer of £300,000, the agent is going to be a bit skeptical, because if it's on a mortgage, then it has to go through a mortgage valuation, and the mortgage valuer might say, well, actually, it's only worth £250,000, but you're paying 280,000. This is going to be a problem. We'll only offer you a mortgage based on a valuation of £250,000, not £300,000 or whatever the high number is. And also with people doing highball offers, they're usually desperate. And therefore, property searching is a numbers game. And if you're an owner occupier, it's emotionally difficult because this is the house you're going to live in for a while. And I think you've got to do the legwork online and get a feel for what properties work for you, and then make many offers. And if you've got two or three simultaneous offers on the go and one falls through, well, then you've got two offers on the go. And if you get accepted on one, just call the others and say, sorry, I got this one accepted, etc. It's a numbers game. And the more ground you can cover in doing this, the more likely you are to get a good property. Anyway, so making outlier offers is just desperate, and I wouldn't do it, because the agents know very well it's just going to cause problems. Owner occupier is a different story. They don't know. And therefore, one tactic that a lot of people do, which is pretty evil, owner occupiers won't know this, but agents know it very well, is where people make very high offers, then the offer is accepted for them, and then the mortgage valuation comes through, and they say, well, you know what, it's worth £250,000, not £300,000. And then with this lower mortgage offer, you then go to the owner the owner of the property and say, look, I can't get a mortgage, you've got to renegotiate. Now, as a rule, I don't like playing that game, but as another rule, it works. And I know this because I've done a number of negotiations and it works beautifully. That's a whole story in itself as to how you negotiate these offers. But generally speaking, be nice to people and just say, you know what, this has happened and I'm not sure what to do. And the agent will know, and then, you know, they'll talk to the agent and blah, blah, and then they'll renegotiate. And and everyone's kind of on your side because you're the victim. You offered this, you thought it was worth this, and then the evil mortgage people said it was £50,000 less. You're the victim here. So play the victim, and then you can chip the price down. Again, it's all a bit evil. I don't recommend it, but that's what people do. But this is why estate agents tend not to like dealing with outlier offers, because it's just risky for the sale. And what they really care about is a sensibly high offer that they're convinced will proceed to completion. So proceedability is incredibly important in this. And that's why you've got to have a mortgage in principle set up. You know, do your legwork, go to the bank, get the agreement in principle. You don't have to use the same agreement in principle you don't have to use a new agreement in principle for every offer you make. The same one will do. They just want to know you're credit worthy for a certain amount of money. But do accept that you will probably have to bid above the asking price. A lot of this is how properties are marketed. So they generally fall into three groups, I suppose. One is valuer says, yeah, it's worth this. In a slow market, it sits there. If the price is hit, fine. Then the property gets sold, but it could take a long time for that to happen. In a fast market, again, what vendors sometimes do, it's quite rare relatively speaking, but they'll put the property at a relatively high price, and anyone who gets above that, offers above that high figure, gets the house. And so it's really like is it a Dutch auction? I can't remember, but essentially you it's there for as long as you hit the target. The benefit of that is the vendor doesn't get so many viewings, so much hassle, anything like that. And if you're serious, you'll make the offer. But the model that seems to work well for vendors is you put it out at a cheaper price, you get a huge number of viewings, you get a bidding war, and then the price goes up to the market. And what I find with doing so many transactions is that we rarely get down valuations because the true price is actually kind of the bid price in this full best and final offers thing. So in other words, they say, right, uh, we want your best offer, your final offer by this date, and that happens about 30% of the time. Then about 50% of the time, it's just taking the offers, considering which one is the best on the first round of offers being made, and yeah, if you know, and then you can get offered the property. And then the other one, the 20% of the time, is when it's put at a high price, and then it's just, does it meet the high price figure or not? Yes, no, whatever. And then if yes, then property gets sold to you. So that's why it's okay to look closely at properties that are high priced as well as low priced, because ultimately the market will settle on a number that is whatever the number is. And they're just different styles for how people are selling the property. Anyway, uh, the other thing that's very important is the offer email. And agents like to have an email. They'll take a verbal offer, but they'll take a verbal offer, but actually it's just talk. And what they really want is a written offer. Now, I'll just show you something here that I have put on the website, and it is this. So it's email email templates, and you can have a good look at that. And I do a nice video where I talk about all of that, and I explain all about offers, email offers. But the long and short of it is that when you make an offer, if the offer is accepted, the agent issues a thing called a memorandum of sale, and they need certain information from you. And if your email has all the information already, then they know you're organized, and you score more points than the next person who they have to chase down to try and get the information from, etc., etc. So it just shows the agent that you know what you're talking about, you're organized, and you're ready to go. So I'm a big fan of putting the time and effort into a comprehensive offer email. And then I send the offer. I have the conversation with the agent and I talk about it. And one of the things that I'm very intent on is asking certain questions. So I ask various questions, which I'm going to get into in a minute. And then I say, okay, if I want to make an offer, then I send off this comprehensive email. Now the good thing is that that email can be repurposed very quickly for another property if I'm offering on that. But typically this will be the most detailed email that they will have got and will present me as the most organized person amongst their number. Now, I don't always get a property offered to my clients, but I certainly bias things in my favor. And I know this because when I started doing this, my hit rate increased like 500%. It's a huge increase because originally I would just make the phone call, say, yeah, I've got a client who wants to make the offer. But the catch with that is that the agent then has to sell that on and believe in you And how can they believe in you if it's just a phone call? If they see a comprehensive email offer and they see all the information about you and they can build a picture about you in their mind, and part of that is you send them ID documentation, so they see a picture of you, your face. They can relate to you as a good buyer, and then they go, okay, Fred Smith and his wife Mary Smith, these are really strong buyers, and I have confidence that they will proceed through the transaction and complete. That's why, dear vendor, you should offer them the property. That's why we think that. And so your email is a sales document on your behalf, and it's very important to write up a good email with all the stuff, which I talk about on the website. So if you look for Investmore, INVESMORE, have a look on the website. You'll find the email template thing. Have a look. That is a good template. I know it's good because it works. I know it works because I score lots of deals on behalf of my clients with this email template. Now, moving on to questions. The standard questions after doing hundreds and maybe thousands of these calls is how many viewings, how many offers. And the reason I care about that ratio is because generally desirable properties have a high ratio of offers to viewings. If it's 35%, in other words, let's say 15 viewings, 6 offers is a classic, they usually limit, estate agents typically limit to 15 viewings, I find. Then that's what, 35% thereabouts. And that's a good ratio. If it's less than that, it's a less good ratio, obviously. If it's more than that, something's very good about the property. And it's a good thing that there are offers, competing offers on a property, because if there are none, then somebody has seen something that you may not have noticed. So this is a very quick way of just working out what's going on. And generally there'll be a compromise or an issue. So the way I would handle this is, give the agent a call. I'm interested. Is it possible to get a viewing? Yes. How many viewings you got? So you do the viewing call. Make sure you get the viewing booked in as soon as you can. You can cancel. Make sure you call the agent to cancel because it's really annoying for them if you don't show up. But anyway, then afterwards, when you're assessing the situation, give them a call. How many viewings? How many offers? And generally what I do is I leave offering on a property to quite late in the day. So I always ask, when do you plan on closing the property? It's very important to know because then you know your deadlines. And the later you offer, the more you can get your bearings on what's going on because you then ask the question, obviously, is there anything which may negatively impact the property, etc. Now they're obliged to tell you, but it's worth just asking because they may not remember. Like the one about the sinkhole down the road. They told me, and I'm glad they did because there was something weird. But the reason they told me is because I asked. I said, "Why is there a new build down the road? What's going on with that? It's very odd. Was there a bomb or something blow up or whatever?" And then she said, "No, there was a huge sinkhole." So therefore, always ask the question. If you don't ask, they won't say. So ask. Then my magic question is always once I got a bearing on it, and I know that, for example, there's a lot of offers on the table with the property, a lot of viewings, a lot of offers, then I know it's a hot property because people are offering. And therefore, I, I'm going to go, would this offer of X be seriously considered? Now, what I've found is that I can't do this too many times because if I go, would an offer of that or £201,000 be seriously considered? No. Would an offer of £102,000 be seriously considered? No. They get very tired of that game very quickly and they'll just say, sorry, I can't tell you. We can't tell you. And then you're stuck. So you then know nothing. And the only way around that problem is to call again later, pick up another person, and do the same thing again with them. But generally, the way I do it is I know if there are a lot of offers, I know it's going above the ask. And what I'll typically do is I'll go, okay, if it's being on the market for 200, I'll go, okay, would an offer of 210,000 be seriously considered? Because I just kind of know that that's probably where the price is. And if they go, yes, it would be considered, then I would say, okay, would an offer of £215,000 be seriously considered? Now, the word seriously is the critical word here, because if it is seriously considered, you know that 215,000 makes yours one of the top offers. And if you're very proceedable, then that's good. And if it's late in the day, then you know that that is an offer that you can seriously work with and that might be a serious contender offer that you can make and maybe be offered the property. So again, the rules are do the offer late in the day, as it were. Call early, make sure you get your deadlines sorted out, and then call repeatedly. So, quite a lot of times, if it's a property you really care about, they often shift the deadlines, which is very irritating. So it's important to check in every day and basically ask the same questions, like how many viewings, how many offers, and just get a sense of how the numbers are counting up. Keep asking the questions, adjust the numbers. So if 250 would £215,000 be seriously considered? No, probably not. Well, then it's moved on, and then you've got to raise your offer. So it's all nonsense in a way, but actually it's what you got to do to get your bearings, because due to the ombudsman scheme, they cannot tell you what the offer number is. Now, sometimes it's very odd, but sometimes I get people saying, well, the highest offer is this and whatever, but that's very rare. And therefore, I have to assume that they're not going to tell. And I'm not going to rile them up by asking, well, what's the highest offer? Because then they'll get all shirty with me and like, oh, we can't tell you, etc. And I want to keep everything as smooth and relaxed as possible. Now, another point on riling them up, I never go, oh, that's a property in bad condition. Oh, there's a lot of damp. Oh, there's a lot of this. Oh, it's in a bad thing. Because you know what? They're not affected. They can't manipulate the price. Only the vendor can. And they just get really annoyed with it because it turns the conversation from a positive conversation into kind of a negative conversation. And the best thing you can do is keep them on your side so that they are happy to deal with you. Because if they like you, then they're more likely to offer you or suggest to the vendor that you should be the buyer. So kind of chipping them and negatively working them doesn't work. And what I tend to say is if I am making a comment about a compromise on the property, well, I just avoid it. I don't talk about the railway out the back, the motorway beside the house or whatever. But if I do, I always say, just it's a comment. It's just a fact, I can see that it's in a poor, like, for example, I had a conversation today with an agent where the property was in a small local authority estate, but it had parking adjacent to the house, nice house, decent condition. And there were 12 viewings, three offers. And I said, I'm not trying to chip the price or do anything like that. It's just an observation. But I assume the reason there are so few offers on this property is because it's in the middle of this badly designed local authority housing estate from the 70s, by the way. And that must be why why there aren't many offers. And he said, yeah, that's why I think so too. And I know about this and I know it's a compromise, and therefore what I've done is I've talked to my lettings manager who I work with, who's one of our shareholders. She's works for our shareholding company, and like, what do you think, Layla? What's your view? Is this going to compromise rents or not? And depending on what she says, then that determines what I do. Good example. But we're all friends with the agent. They're just doing their job. So be nice to them and they'll be nice back. And because you've done your due diligence, you can keep all the negativity to, well, there's a railway at the back. I don't like it, whatever. And that's why I save the questions to minimal number of questions, and these are the questions I always ask. Now, I could ask why being sold, but if it's self-evident as to why it's being sold, it's a probate property. And by the way, with probate, another thing I forgot to say earlier is if a property is a probate, generally speaking, the people selling it prefer owner occupiers to investors because they're swayed by sentiment. It's like their dear parents live there, their mom lived there, whatever. They want to see the property loved. They don't want it turned into some buy-to-let thing or whatever, what they forget is that that buy-to-let property will be a home to somebody who can't afford a home, by the way, but they forget that. But in any event, you can kind of tell why a property is being sold just by looking at the background story. So why ask the question if you kind of know what the answer is? Again, you don't have much time to work with, and they probably won't know. So I tend to just use my valuable time with them just to cover the essentials: how many viewings, how many offers, and would X be seriously considered? And then I get the really valuable information out of it. All right, what a marathon. When I edit this, I'm not going to edit this down. I'm just going to leave it as one huge long video, but I'll time segment it so you can jump into the bits that count. I've probably covered half of the detail. There's so much more. Who knows? I'm going to do a condensed version for Udemy, and then maybe embark on a marathon, which will be the deep, 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 deep dive into all of this, which will become a monster course. But anyway, I've given you the essentials of what I think is valuable. As you see, there's a lot of it. You can see that the mind map is huge. I think we talked about the offer email. There's a template which you should look at and work to your strengths. Yeah, I'm just repeating what I've said countless times before now. Just work to what you know and learn, do your time. It's a huge decision. It's a life-changing decision. If you buy in a bad area with big capital decline, it's going to wipe out your wealth. Just think of it like that. So I've got a friend, for example, who's got a few clients as well, actually, who are looking for properties in the millions. And my friend's got, what has he got? About 300,000 in savings. And he wants to buy a £2 million property because he's very mortgageable. And if he if you think about decisions, bad decisions, if he spends £2 million on that property and it goes down by 12, 14%, he's lost his whole life savings because the property is devalued by that much. It's an incredibly important decision to make sure you buy in an area where the prices are going to creep up. And if you really don't care, fine, whatever, your choice. But I'm saying for your future financial health, buying in the right area is a huge deal. And so understanding capital gain, understanding like property on a very objective level is a hugely important thing. And uh, it's all down to you being that smart person that made the right decision. And I hope this course helps you in that journey. Yeah, just work to those strengths and do your homework, and you will have a good outcome, I expect. Anyway, that's all from me. It's been a huge journey. If you want to know more, maybe do my Udemy course. It's free. It's got quite a lot of what I've talked about here, much more about the number crunching and the capital growth and that side of things, the data things. But again, it's just a different facet. And if you, another few things actually, we're not quite there. Yeah. So gathering knowledge, it's a very good idea to buy those big books on DIY and see how houses are put together. That helps you. And there's my thank you page. Um, there was one more thing, which was that, uh, yeah, no, I think so we've got this, all of the stuff, the courses and so on. Um, yeah, you know what? I'm kind of cooked. That is it. I'm going to thank you. I suppose my final is having done this for a while, having helped lots of people buy houses, just remain objective. Always think, can I sell this house easily? And if you do that, then you will avoid trouble. And that's a good start for a good journey with property. All right, then. Thank you very much.